It is election day all across
shows a stalemate in the race for Congress
on how Americans
63 days until decision day for the midterm election.
People have to make this choice.
The average person is faced with 35,000 choices every single day. Some are made in an instant, blip of time so small it doesn't even register. Eggs or pancakes, polo or tea. But some of them are life and death. Should I leave or should we stay? Speak or stay silent? Run toward or run away? Stand or sit? Flee or fight? Freedom or
The American people have decided.
totalitarianism? 2 years ago, we had a choice. I had a choice, you had a choice. Every single American had a choice. And some chose incorrectly. One choice from the 35,000 daily decisions changed this nation forever. They seized upon that choice with every fiber in their beings. They took it by the horns, and they're doing everything they can to never let go of the powers they've obtained. They're using their money, their influence, their manipulation to fundamentally transform this country so far beyond what our founders imagined, so far beyond the America we grew up in, that I'm concerned our constitutional republic no longer really exists. And now, government elites are using us as pathetic pawns in their power plays. You, me, the business owner, the farmer, the nurse, the teacher, the cop, the kid in kindergarten. We're all slowly and meticulously being molded into foot soldiers for DC's all-powerful. But today, we have something much greater than a choice. Today, we have a second chance, a monumental opportunity to save America, to save freedom, to save our kids from slavery, to save the shining city on the hill that has become a beacon of light for so many around the world. We have an opportunity today to begin the process of winding all of this back. Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, I don't think we get a third time. Tonight, it's time to stop the madness, save the republic.
Hello, America. If you're like most Americans, you've had enough. You have taken it on the chin over and over and over again. This economy is not helping. And those of us at BlazeTV know the biggest question that we are trying to answer now is, can we keep the republic that Ben Franklin said he gave us? Even if the GOP gains a majority tonight, what will they actually do with their red wave? I just saw Fox here a second ago on one of our monitors, and they had Karl Rove on. Ooh. We don't have Karl Rove tonight, and we're actually happy about that, because we need the Republicans to wake up and come in and save the republic. But will they squander it, or will they feel the force of the American people to do what we, the people, not Mitch McConnell, not Kevin McCarthy, but we, the people, tell them to do? Will the promise of congressional investigations achieve any real justice? Will we regain the trust in our broken institutions like the FBI and DOJ? Tonight, we may be beginning to see an answer to that question. And next Wednesday, when we live stream an urgent special that might be one of the most important specials that the Blaze has ever done. It's called Targets of Tyranny: How to Survive Being an Enemy of the State. This is going to be important no matter who wins tonight. But if the red wave does not show up, it is going to be critical, because the FBI, DOJ, ATF are already starting to hassle people. Our government is instituted among men to protect our rights. Well, our government doesn't seem to be doing that right now. Next Wednesday, I'm going to share with you 4 different stories from everyday Americans on both sides of the political spectrum. It will demonstrate just how easy it has become for the government tyrants to squash your rights. Then I'll be joined by legal experts and Mike Lee, unless McMuffin wins tonight, who will explain exactly how to handle each situation if, God forbid, one day this happens to you. Here's a sneak peek of the special from Amy. This is a woman who lost everything, all because the FBI accused her husband of a crime he did not commit.
There was a knock at our door around 6:45 a.m. My 4 little girls were playing a little bouncy house in the living room. And it was a woman and a man, and the woman opened a wallet and it was a badge and it said FBI.
The agents gave Carl 2 letters. One accused him of a federal crime, and the second said that
They intended to seize a number of his bank accounts and some bank accounts that I shared with him. Did not know then, but learned very quickly that there is a practice in America called civil forfeiture.
it's when government agencies can take everything you have
Your bank accounts, your homes, your cars.
without ever charging you for a crime.
What do you do if you can't feed your kids? How do you even navigate talking to the FBI? Like, what happens then?
Carl did something only 2% of all Americans accused of a federal crime choose to do. He refused to cave.
Next Wednesday, join me to find out how Amy and Carl fought back against the FBI. It's hair-raising. All 4 of these stories are. It'll be on my Targets of Tyranny TV special next Wednesday, 9 p.m. Eastern on Blaze TV. I'm going to take care of a couple of housekeeping things, and then we're going to get right to our broadcast. Later in tonight's broadcast, because you're a Blaze TV subscriber, we have some exciting perks that we're going to be telling you about. One of them is for Blaze TV subscribers. We are going to give you now a direct line to me and all the other hosts at Blaze TV, because you're a little like family. Subscribe, go to blazetv.com right now and use the promo code Midterms, if you're not a subscriber, for $30 off. And we thank you sincerely for all of those members who have been with us from the beginning, building a truly independent media that loves America without any apology. We strive to honor your support. And we're going to try to do that with our election coverage tonight, which will not be like any other network out there. We are here at the Mercury Studios, the world headquarters of Blaze Media. And while we are tracking all of the midterm results in some of the offices here off to the side, we are going to be giving you the results. But when we call them, it won't be like Fox or other. You know, does anybody even watch CNN anymore? For example, if for some reason, and it is going to happen, a Democrat, or heaven forbid, Evan McMuffin wins, you will be notified on screen like this.
Oh. Come on, man.
Or like this, because he's just so easy.
Oh.
Yeah, this one.
Where am I?
Yeah.
I don't know.
So,
Come
and the
on,
last one,
man.
if you happen to have a Democrat win and we have to call it, to try to make it a little easier, he might wheel across the screen. Now, if a Republican wins, especially those who are were handpicked by Donald Trump, you will be noticed like this, because it was so fun in our 2020 election. The whole idea is to cover this with you. We are just as nervous and care about our country as much as you do, and we're going to try to make the pain go away if there is pain, and we're going to celebrate with you. We don't have an agenda except the truth and the Constitution. We'll also hear from guests and candidates in Arizona, Florida, Michigan, New York, Pennsylvania. We're going to go live with former President Trump here in about 30 minutes, 36 minutes from now. He brought us the dark horse GOP candidates like Tudor Dixon, Carrie Lake, Blake Masters, J.D. Vance, and Herschel Walker. Now, I want to bring in Stu Burguiere because he plays a big role tonight. Let's kick off. He's at the chalkboard We also have Steve Deace with us. We have Pat Gray, Jason Whitlock, and last but not least, John Fetterman's favorite individual, and my favorite anarchist, Michael Malice.
Hello, good night.
Hello, good night. Okay, but let's go to the chalkboard first because I believe we're going to call some of the races now for the Republicans. Nope, can't. Yeah, we're having some audio issues, and that's too bad. We'll get back to him here in just a minute. This is why we started 15 minutes early.
I can actually make a point. They're already calling Florida for Marco Rubio, which means it's not going to be a Democratic wave. If they're calling Rubio, which was in the broad sense a toss-up, if it was going to be somewhere in between Democrats picking up seats, Rubio would still be out. So that, in terms of the tea leaves, is saying this is not going to be a good night for the Democrats. It might still be a wash, but this is not a good symbol for them.
There's also some really encouraging news about the minority breakdown.
So when you and I last talked a few weeks ago, Glenn, I had told you that I thought we weren't going to see a red wave. We would see a red tsunami.
Yeah.
And a red wave to me is the traditional midterm election, the party out of power, their base is more motivated. White suburban swing voters swing to them, and you may have switches of power, but nothing cataclysmic. 2018 would kind of be an example of that. But a red tsunami to me would be three factors, and one of them we're already realizing, and that is that Democrats have successfully depressed their black base.
That is
right now
incredible.
we're looking at 9% black turnout in the exit polls. That would be the lowest since 2004. That would make blacks basically the percentage of the electorate they were in 1992.
Wow.
And to quantify what that means, so Democrats won 4 of the key states because of huge turnout in urban areas: Atlanta in Georgia, Detroit in Michigan, Milwaukee in Wisconsin, Philadelphia in Pennsylvania, right? In those 4 states, they won them, guys, by an average of 1.2 points. Now take away 3 points of the electorate that they got 90% of, and let's assume none of them vote Republican, just they don't vote. That is cataclysmic for Democrats across the country.
It's falling apart with the Cubans, with the Hispanics, with blacks. Jason?
Steve's point about the blacks is very fascinating to me because this is the real voter suppression that is actually going on. And what I mean by voter suppression is Democrats have put their black base and black voters in general in an impossible position. You can throw out all of your religious values and support the Democratic Party. You can vote for the people that are out in the streets convulsing for their right to kill babies in the womb. So you have to disavow your religious beliefs.
And you can be the biggest target of guns.
Yes.
Because the criminals are out.
Yes. And so that's the you can support us and join our little satanic baby killing cult. Or we can tell you you can vote for the Republicans, who we've defined for the whole world as, oh, that's the group of racists. And so what is happening, I believe, what these stats are saying to me is, people are like, I'm just going to stay home. I can't support any of this.
Pat?
The other thing that's happening that is encouraging, I think, for our side is that they're saying that the under 30 vote is down by 3 percentage points this year. It's only 10% right now, and it was 13% in 2018.
No.
And you know, I don't want there to be suppression of anybody's vote, but the fact is, it's a really good thing when Republicans win in this particular election cycle.
Just to the audio, we seem to be hearing moaning. I don't know what it is.
Someone stop the hammering.
Stop the hammering, please. Okay.
Thanks, Stein.
That was actually the last thing Paul Pelosi said, too.
Yeah. There it is. We don't know who has that, but it's still going on. Okay, there's a couple of things that I think we are looking for. We're looking for how Herschel Walker is going to do. I don't think we're going to get anything for days out of Pennsylvania.
I think you'd be surprised.
I disagree with that.
Yeah.
Really?
If you're looking at 9% black voter turnout, one of the states that would be the most impacted by that would be Pennsylvania. I mean, let me draw a picture.
30 seconds.
At 4 a.m., they're going to need Humvees doing drop-offs, tanks, aircraft carriers, okay, police cars.
Don't joke. They have them. No joke.
Police
they have
cars
them.
at 4 a.m. drop-offs won't cover that level of self-depression as basically what they did because of the economic message and the cultural rot gut. Democrats denied their black voters agency in this election.
Okay, let's go to 8 o'clock. Go to Sara Gonzales. It is 8 o'clock in the east of America. BlazeTV host and News and Why It Matters host. She's going to be monitoring mainstream media meltdowns on Elon Musk's Twitter, tracking your tweets throughout the night, and you can tweet BlazeTV with the hashtag BlazeMidterms. Before we get to those, I want to ask Sara, how much do you think the Republican turnout or the voter turnout in state and all across the country is being driven by parents that are just fed up?
Yeah, I think that you're going to see a lot of parents. Look, obviously the economy is first and foremost, as Karine Jean-Pierre would say, at the top of people's minds. But you have parents who are completely fed up with the sexual indoctrination of their children. You have parents who are completely fed up with critical race theory being taught in their schools, with their teachers teaching radical gender ideology to their children, with masking toddlers in schools, forcibly injecting children just to go to public school. I think these are all going to be driving factors, driving parents to the polls and saying, you know what, you're not going to touch my children in the way that you think that you are. But Glenn, I also want to give you an update here. CNN actually released their first exit polls. Okay. They're showing just 5% of Americans are, quote, enthusiastic, end quote, about the way things are going in America. 20% are satisfied, 39% are dissatisfied, 34% are angry. One question asked voters, is the Democratic Party too extreme? 51% said yes, 47% said no, which I would say is a little too high for my comfort. But another question asked, which party do you trust more to handle inflation? 54% said Republican, 42% said Democratic. And when reviewing these exit poll results, CNN had a little bit of a meltdown that democracy was missing voters' top issues.
All right, we'll go back to that clip here in just a minute.
Yeah, the New York Times tweeted out a list of 5 ways to soothe election stress. They said, elections and anxiety often go hand in hand.
Gosh,
here are some evidence-based strategies that can help you cope. The 5 methods listed are: try 5-finger breathing, trace the outside of your hand with your pointer finger.
Oh my gosh.
When you trace up, Glenn, breathe in, and when you trace down, breathe out.
Okay.
Cool down. Plunge your face into a bowl with ice water for 15 to 30 seconds.
Oh my gosh, these are crazy.
Move. Even a walk around the block can offer some relief for an uneasy mind. And, of course, very fitting this one, breathe like a baby. Focus on expanding your belly as you breathe, which can send more oxygen to the brain.
This is crazy.
And limit your scrolling. Consider plotting out specific times when you will look for election updates. They're children.
Okay, yes, they are. And they're treating us like children every day. Let me go now to Stu, and let's see the polls that have closed and what we can call.
So a bunch just actually closed, Glenn. We, of course, at 7 o'clock was Georgia, Indiana, Kentucky, South Carolina, and Vermont. 7:30, Ohio and North Carolina. And then this big batch just closed: Alabama, Connecticut, Florida, Illinois, Maryland, Missouri, New Hampshire, 2 in Oklahoma in the Senate. There's 2 seats up, and Pennsylvania as well. So we'll start getting some really meaningful results here relatively soon. We are going to call a couple races from the early closings, which is Tim Scott in South Carolina. No surprise there. Rand Paul returns to the Senate.
Come on, man.
We, of course, are excited about that as well. And on the Democratic side, Peter Welch in Vermont. No surprise there as a winner. And in the governor races in Ohio, Mike DeWine will go back in as the governor of Ohio. No call on the Senate race, though.
Okay. Any comments on those guys?
Well, this is why I wore the red shirt that you mocked earlier.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I have the tub of corn. I got my Tiger Woods red shirt. I got the tub of corn.
Yeah.
I'm here for the meltdown. I'm sorry that democracy is happening to you, dear readers of the New York Times. We're here for the end of all things, the end of democracy as we know it. Mark the date, guys. We were here to mark this historic occasion.
And maybe the renewal of the Republic.
But what you are watching is, and you're going to watch tonight, is maybe the angriest pimp slap the American people have ever delivered a political party in American history.
You sound like Dan Rather, because in 1994, when the Republicans won Congress for the first time in 40 years, Dan Rather went on TV and said, the American people are throwing a temper tantrum tonight. So they've been told for 2 years, you can't vote for Republicans, because that's like being against democracy. And now the American people said, yeah, you know what? I'm gonna. Now what?
I think we're going to see the consequences for the Democrats of they have nothing to offer. They have no message to sell. They're running against Donald Trump. They're running against alleged white supremacy or whatever. No one is saying, here's what we're for, here's what we're going to do.
This is something that I think the Republicans need to start doing too. A lot of people, I mean, I know I am. I just want the wave to stop the insanity first.
Yes.
But you better do something when you get in.
The other thing that's happening is Democrats are in full-fledged denial about
everything,
about the state of our country right now. You have people like Sean Patrick Maloney, who just said that, yeah, inflation is actually happening, but all that means is you got to tighten your belt a little bit and eat Chef Boyardee for dinner.
That's amazing.
That's what his family did. That's what we should do. It's unbelievable.
Well, see, I think this is strategy on
denial
what
of
they've...
reality.
Yeah, but I think this is strategy where they have denied reality so long that now when the Republicans are in office, they're just going to say, see, it's them. We didn't have a problem, but now we're in a recession, maybe a deep recession, and they're just going to try to live in that little bubble that it's all the Republicans' fault.
Do you know what's interesting? They just passed that gigantic spending bill, and like it doesn't seem like any of the Democrats ran on it. You would think you'd have enough pork in there that you could be like, look what we passed.
They had an entire year they could have manufactured some economic message. Their closing pitch was sustained systemic societal collapse for systemic child sacrifice. At least in the pagan era, when you threw your baby into the volcano, there was a promise of fertility, of a harvest. Democrats are saying you'll still get 485% more inflation than you had before Donald Trump left office. But do it anyway.
Right.
That's the pitch. There was nothing in return. It was just literally participate in our pagan rituals and get nothing out of it.
In their defense, there have been no volcanic explosions in the last 2 years. So obviously their system is working.
It is working.
So let me go to Primetime, Alex Stein. He is... he is one of the braver people and can keep a straight face when nobody else can. He's done some unique exit polling of voters in Dallas. Roll the tape.
You know, I was a Democrat, but I've realized that the Democrats do not care about the community. They do not realize the importance of the Latino vote.
Beto, do you feel guilty about the millions of dollars you wasted on your campaign, Beto?
I feel great. I think we're going to have a red wave. But Beto, you suck. We don't want you. Stop protecting trans kids.
Comment on being a career loser politician. Seen any illegal mules dropping votes? Anything nefarious?
Not yet. We got a whole crew out here that's keeping an eye out for that to make sure that doesn't happen.
How are you protecting trans kids by cutting off their genitals?
So we have to send a message to the Latino community.
Beto, you know you're going to lose, Beto. This is how many losses in a row? How many more losses are you going to take, Beto?
I just don't believe in if it's not convenient for you to do away with the life. I just don't, you know. There's birth controls, there's different measures, or just don't have sex.
Back up. Get up. Beto, do you feel like a loser, Beto?
En ese mensaje lo vamos a mandar en los próximos días. Vamos a lanzar una campaña para agarrar a nuestros candidatos y para mandar un mensaje a nuestra comunidad que voten inteligentemente.
I couldn't have said it.
Yeah, don't know any. I have no idea what he said. I hope it was all good. Primetime 99, Alex Stein, welcome to the program.
Wow, what an honor. Yeah. It is a pleasure with, such fine gentlemen this evening, and I think tonight will be historic. I don't know if we'll actually get the results that we need in time, but I just want to make this one point, because tonight we're going to put, our hopes and prayers into a red wave. But I think this is very true, and I think people need to realize this at home. Idolizing a politician, Glenn, is like thinking the stripper actually likes you. They don't care about us, all right? And these politicians don't care about us. They'll all sell us out to the military-industrial complex, to the et cetera industrial complex. Whatever it is, industrial complex, they will sell us out. So tonight, we have to be very careful who we put our hopes and prayers in. We need to put our hopes and prayers into the Creator and not, Dr. Mehmet Oz.
And also in each other. America, we've changed. I don't know if you've known this, but all of these problems are because we just went, oh, well, we did our job. We elected these people. They're going to take care of it. Starting tomorrow, we have got to be on these people.
Real Clear Politics has the Republicans already picking up 4 seats in the House. They only need a total of 6. So it looks like at this point, it's pretty fair to say that they're going to take the House.
Yeah.
Nice.
I mean, there's no doubt here, is there, from anybody that we're going to take the House?
No, the number I'm looking for, it was the swing in 1994 was 54 seats. Now, they picked up 14 in the last election, so I don't know even with these numbers that there's 54 winnable, but there might be. If black turnout's 9%, if I was a Democrat like in Illinois, I'd be real nervous right now, all right? But I think they're going to pick up at least 40, maybe 42 was my projection. Combine that with the 14 they got the last time, and now you're at 1994 territory. And remember, it wasn't too long ago that Democrats were rebuked as a party. When Trump took office in January of 2017, there were fewer Democrats in public office everywhere in the country than there had been since before the Great Depression, all right? So they lost over 1,000 elections after the passing of Obamacare at a federal, state, and local level nationwide. So they've gone through a rebuke of the American people already. This is almost like when you punish your child severely and they act out again. This is now like the American people treating the Democratic Party like they're just ingrates at this point.
Well, I think they're completely out of touch and gone to a scary place.
The one thing I think we need to look beyond the election is how the results are going to be spun out. The January 6th thing that the Democrats have done, to me, is a justification for whatever violence their groups, Antifa, Black Lives Matter, whatever they have in store for us on the other side of this election.
Yes.
They've just, well, of course this is the way they reacted. Did you see what the MAGA guys did on January the 6th? And so that's why this election is important, but how it's spun out and framed to the public is also highly important. And that's why what's going on in social media with Elon Musk and Twitter and all of that's important. We're in an information war.
Yep.
And the social media matrix, that's the other thing that the Democrats are really upset about. They were in bed with these tech companies. They were supposed to be able to convince voters of whatever reality that they wanted the narrative to be, and it's failed, and that's why they're being rejected at the poll, and now they're going to become more desperate.
Well, I just want to say this. I think the most important race is the Zeldin-Hochul race. Because if you look at New York...
Come on, man.
What?
We're going to call some races in a minute. We're going to call some races in a minute. Hang on, just finish your point.
Well, I just want to say this, because if you look at a place that's so liberal-leaning as New York City, after 9/11, New York became the safest city in America. Now it is literally one of the most dangerous. So I think that that's a big indicator if their citizens are going to go with Zeldin and buck the system, because America goes the way of NYC, in my opinion. So I think that'll be a huge indicator of if people are woken up to all the trauma-based mind control from these politicians.
Okay, coming up in just the next few minutes at 7:15, Megyn Kelly is going to be joining us. At 7:30, Donald Trump, former president of the United States and likely a candidate to be announced here soon. First, we want to go call some races, and I guess we have some Democrats that we're calling for.
We do have one Democrat we can call here in the Senate, and that is going to be Tammy Duckworth. Tammy Duckworth from Illinois. She will return to the Senate. However, we have some Republicans to call as well. In Alabama, Katie Britt will win. And 2 in Oklahoma, Mark Wayne Mullen and James Lankford both will win. There's 2 elections in Oklahoma tonight. We have a few governors as well. Kay Ivey in Alabama will win. Henry McMaster in South Carolina will win. And I think our first big one of the night, we can call the race now in Florida for Ron DeSantis.
Yes.
Not a huge surprise, of course. Charlie Crist, hopefully we never hear from him again in our lives. But yes, Ron DeSantis. And now we really look at this one, Glenn, for the margin, right? Like his 2024 pitch is going to become much, much stronger if this is a really big margin. Remember, he got into office by 0.4 points when he was elected last time. This one looks to maybe be double digits.
What is the margin so far?
I can check that for you here.
18?
15?
I got to tell you.
He might hit 60.
You think so?
I think it's possible.
It's 42 to 58, yeah. 60 is very plausible.
Yeah, they haven't counted the
record for a Republican.
That is very conservative.
The all-time record in Florida for a Republican gubernatorial candidate as a win. Jeb Bush, 2002, won by 13. In the last 50 years, guys, Florida presidential elections have been decided on average by less than 3 points. Ron DeSantis is going to make Democrats an endangered species in Florida tonight. That state's going to be as red as Texas by the time tonight is over with.
You know, I have to say, it is good to work at the Blaze. Could you bring that graphic back up? Bring the whole room. Because look at Charlie Crist there, and I noticed a pattern. Our graphics department might have found some pictures that aren't normally used for Democrats. That's a good look for Charlie Crist. So, bye-bye.
The other thing I think that this tells us is that maybe Donald Trump should be a little more cautious.
Okay.
With Ron DeSantis.
All right. Thank you for joining us, Alex Stein. He is going to make an announcement tonight that I think you're really going to like.
You're running for president?
I'm running for something, I'll tell you that much. You know, I need to go get on my jogging shoes because we're going to be running around Dallas all night long. So
he's going to be at a few of the Democratic watch parties. So we'll bring that coverage to you in just a little while. Joining us now is journalist and New York native Megyn Kelly, who I talked to earlier on her show today. Excited a little bit the possibility maybe of electing a Republican as the governor of New York for a change. Welcome, Megyn.
Hi, great to see you, Glenn.
Yeah, good to see you.
You know, it feels a little like Lucy with the football, you know, like,
I know.
Come on, just try one more time, Charlie, you can do it. Because it's such just a tempting thing to think about Republican rule in the state of New York, which is run by far left Democrats. To get somebody at the top who could stop the far left push in the state seems like too much to dream about, Glenn. But if there's anyone who can do it, it appears to be Lee Zeldin. She's historically weak. Nobody voted for her for state office ever. She was the Cuomo sub-in. She has some support out in the western part of the state because she was elected in Buffalo. So some name recognition out there. But she's utterly unlikable. This woman, for those of you who don't follow New York politics, runs around with a necklace that reads "Vaxxed." This is who she is. Yes, yes.
There are
vaxxed.
people in New York still that think the pandemic is going on and it's really dangerous. All of that stuff. Is this a mental illness?
There are also a lot of Democrats who hate what happened here during COVID. I've said this before, but virtually all of my friends from New York City are Democrats. It's just the nature of the city.
Right.
It went 87% for Joe Biden. Woman by woman by woman, not only are they prepared to vote red today for Lee Zeldin, they would vote for Trump at this point, but they're registered Republicans. They changed their registration. They're angry about what was done to their children. New York schools were closed from the spring of 2020 all the way through the end of 2021. And when these women went to open the schools rallies to say, get my kid back in school, they were met with protesters calling them white supremacists. So they're angry and they're ready to vote for Lee Zeldin, and they actually helped work to get him on the ticket in the first place. And those are the types of stories, including the fact that Zeldin was up in that Trafalgar poll, won over Kathy Hochul, which included a 2-to-1 Dem to Republican sample, that make me believe he could do it.
What do you think if the economy wasn't as bad as it is right now? Do you think parents would still be rushing to the polls because of what's happened to their kids and COVID and CRT and all of that?
Yeah, I mean, I think it depends on the state, right? I don't think they're as angry in Republican states where you had a DeSantis who opened things up. But I think they're angry in places like New York. Parents remember. And there was just an internal poll, a poll done by this Third Way, which is a center-left think tank. And they polled Republicans of all stripes. And what they concluded was that while the electorate may still trust Democrats more when it comes to funding education, they now trust Republicans more when it comes to running education, what's going to actually happen in these classrooms. And that's putting aside, the COVID mask mania and the mandatory vaccines for children and the crazy sexual educations that they're forcing on these kids. I do think the Democrats have lost when it comes to actual instruction.
So I saw that they're already, the Democrats, the progressives, are blaming Joe Manchin for their loss. Is there any loss that they could take and actually produce a learning moment for these people? They don't seem to learn.
It doesn't appear that way so far. Right now, the recriminations going into tonight, and just by the way, so far it doesn't look like, I'm not seeing any surprises. It looks like it's turning out the way I expected it would. So far, they've been saying it's a messaging problem. Just we need to go on offense. You know, we're not good salesmen of our great positions. It's like, what do you mean? Like inflation is transitory? Because you did try that. It didn't work out that well.
It doesn't work. So what are you predicting tonight? The Senate?
I still think the Senate is going red, and I think obviously the House is too. I just want to offer this caution. I've been through this enough times on election night that I want people to know. You really shouldn't even watch CNN and Fox, and like right now, don't watch, because all this analysis about the early vote and what it is all a bunch of BS. The early vote doesn't mean anything. There's a whole probably 60-70% worth of the vote yet to be tabulated. This is such a nonsense way of analyzing how the election is going. We should be talking about issues. We should talk about exit polls so we can get a feel of the mood of the electorate. But taking a look at the early vote and trying to make predictions about how the Republican or the Dem is doing is a fool's gold. That is not; those are not real numbers yet.
So we were just talking about, I agree with that, but we were just talking about the numbers that do seem to be real, and that is the African-American vote is way down, way down.
Did you see the CNN panel talking about that? It's fun to watch some of the other channels, you know, like you flip around MS, CNN.
Yeah.
They were like, oh my God, when they saw that the electorate was older and more diverse. And and less diverse than they wanted, but more blacks voting for Republicans and more Hispanics voting for Republicans. But what they really wanted was a much higher black vote in their Democratic states than they're getting, and they wanted young people to come out. That's why they sent Biden to like Yonkers to Sarah Lawrence University the other day, trying to get young New Yorkers out. Well, it didn't work. They did what they always do. They sat at home.
Yeah. All right. Megyn, thank you so much for joining us tonight. Appreciate it.
My pleasure. Good to see you, Glenn.
Coming up in just a second, we're 9 minutes away from the former president of the United States, Donald Trump, who gave us a lot of the people. I can't even say this. He pointed out a lot of these people he thought would be very good. And I think the Democrats helped just as much as he did getting them elected. They thought they were so extreme that they pushed and spent money campaigning for these people.
In a non-fortified election,
hang on, can we redefine
tactics work in terms of the country is angry, and so the people that were bothered by the most secure election in history.
Guys, we're hearing bad audio here, please. Ouch. Thank you. Anyway.
Yeah, I think the people that were angry about the most secure election in history of America are voicing their anger, and they're electing candidates who were bothered by the fortified election, and that scares Democrats, but it actually rallies our side. You know, we like non-fortified elections.
So when he says fortified elections, this comes from a Time magazine article that was absolutely incredible. It came out a couple of months, I think, after the last election in 2020, and they said that the business leaders, corporations, social media, the government, all of them work together to fortify our elections. Now, I would call that tampering. But
collusion, a conspiracy.
Yeah, but in Time magazine, it was a conspiracy.
They transitioned the word. That's all. They've just transitioned. Yeah. Fortified I like the word fortified.
Right. So it's a.
Well, they better fortify the 10th District of Virginia in the next 5 minutes. All right, because that's your first bellwether of, oh bleep, like the Lannisters send their regards, red wedding stuff.
Wow.
This was a remember I told you that I thought any Democrat in anything less than a plus 10 district was going to lose tonight.
Mm-hmm.
This is a plus 13 Democrat district from 2020. And a Democrat incumbent congresswoman is losing that district right now in the vote counting.
Wow.
So if you were to see a district, keep in mind this is a state Biden won by 10 points. And yes, Youngkin won, but it was by 2 points.
Do you think that Manchin did play a role in this? That because Manchin was so...
No, I don't think most Americans, I think 90%
in West Virginia?
I think, no, we're Virginia.
Oh, Virginia, okay.
But I also think I think 90% of the people voting tonight don't know what a Joe Manchin is.
Yeah.
Okay?
I agree with that.
I think what they do know what a woman is. They know what a boy is. They know what a border is. They know what a law is. They sure as hell know what inflation is. They know what a grocery bill is. They know that their mortgage payments have gone up 189% since Joe Biden took office. They know what that is.
Yeah.
And so that's what's happening here.
All right, Stu is going to make another call. We have a Republican ready to call.
Yeah, another big one in Florida. You know, for a while, Marco Rubio was underperforming DeSantis considerably a couple of months ago. That changed as we got closer to the election, and we can now call Florida for Marco Rubio in the Senate. Again, this is a relatively quick call. If you're looking for positive news here for a red wave, Marco Rubio winning over Val Demings, which was a highly recruited candidate for the Democrats. They were very high on her. They had her on a VP shortlist. Somehow chose Kamala Harris, which is always going to perplex me till the end of time. But if you look at you look at this is a big win and expected today. We wasn't a shocker, but a very solid win for Republicans. Also, Todd Young in Indiana we can call as well, and over on the governor's side, Bill Lee in Tennessee for the Republicans. So nothing surprising yet. We haven't seen any shockers. We're right on pace for where we thought this would go. But that's where we stand right now, Glenn.
No shockers except for the picture of Rubio's opponent here on the screen behind me. We could have picked a better picture.
Steve, I don't know if you're following this, but people are saying to me, Herschel Walker is looking a little shaky early on. That it's the vote is splitting. People are going for Kemp, but they're not going for Walker.
What I saw is he's running about 4 points behind Brian Kemp. So if that remains the case, he's going to win.
Right. Yeah. Kemp's going to win by at least 6 or 7, to put it mildly.
Yeah.
So 4 points, he definitely has that window.
Yeah.
Why are they splitting it like that? What is in the psyche in?
Can we read from Herschel Walker's autobiography?
I don't think that made a difference.
I think the fact that it's easier to stick than to switch horses. It's easier to stick with a politician than
incumbents win 92% of the time in general. Yeah. But I told you all along, there's no way Brian Kemp was going to win by 8 points and Herschel Walker was going to lose.
Right.
Yeah.
And that's not going to happen tonight either. He might end up having to win it in a runoff in a month. That might happen.
But
Herschel Walker might have to.
Might have to win it in a runoff.
There might be the inverse in Pennsylvania, which is if you have the Democrat take that with a big lead, that might sweep my boy John Fetterman. He might lurch across the finish line.
The one issue in Pennsylvania is that the two Republican candidates are dramatically different.
Yes.
Okay? In the case of in Georgia, the two Democratic candidates are the same, right? It would be they're one basically is male and the other is female, but they largely have the same message, and the same base and the same approach. So there was never going to be 8 or 9 points of vote splitting in Georgia. If Kemp wins by 8 or 9 points, Herschel Walker will win. He might have to win in a month in a runoff, but he will win.
I'm glad you feel it, because that's the race that's most interesting to me as a Christian. Warnock repulses me. You can't claim to be a minister, a pastor, a follower of Jesus Christ, and be a pro-choice pastor.
More than that, he's
a radical.
I mean, he is a radical. He is the living conditions of the apartments that he apparently oversees, horrible. Just horrible.
Nothing's worse than killing babies, in my opinion, though, Glenn.
No, I
he's a
agree.
minister that is, arguing that women have the, right, and I just don't get it.
So I will tell you that there is an organization called Faith Wins. Are you familiar with it? So Faith Wins, they started in Virginia, and I think you're seeing also the results of that, where pastors got their churches together and said, let's go out and vote. Let's just register everybody in our church.
That was the secret sauce when I was on the Cruz campaign. That's how we beat Trump in Iowa. And that's why I was projecting we were going to win and even correctly predicted the exact percentages. Because I knew that we were turning out a bunch of evangelicals that had never voted in an Iowa caucus before. But I also didn't want to tell you that's why we were doing it, because I didn't want to let people know what we were doing.
I know, that's the thing about
advance.
Faith Wins. I'm the same way on that. Just control room, let me know when Donald Trump is ready. Okay, good. So we are looking at Florida, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Utah. Anybody have any thoughts other than Mike Lee is going to win?
No, and I think he's going to win going away. Even though the entire machine in Utah has been against him from the beginning.
The machine.
Both newspapers, the radio and TV.
I mean, conservatives.
Yes.
Conservative machine was
Deseret
against
News
him.
was not friendly to him.
Yeah.
Which is outrageous and unbelievable. But he's overcome all that.
Well, I will tell you.
Again, he's the best senator in America.
In Iron County and Carbon County, which are down by St. George, the reddest county in the country.
Yeah.
Their ballots didn't go out. And these are like 90% of the votes last time came in through mail-in ballots. And they just didn't go out. Oh, is that McMuffin? Can you get a tighter shot on that? That looks, wow, that's an unfortunate.
It looks like Dan Crenshaw.
We are going to talk to the president, and any thoughts on how the Democrats actually set themselves up for real trouble by misreading the room and thinking that, that they were trying to block Donald Trump.
Yeah, all they did was bash Donald Trump, and then they thought that the abortion situation and January 6th were going to get them across the finish line. I think they really believed that despite the economy, despite the gas prices, despite everything, if they just really harped on abortion and women losing their reproductive rights, and if they really harped on January 6th and 5 people were killed that day, I really think they thought that was going to bring them home and stop the red wave. But it looks like that did not occur.
I want to credit the former president for something I don't think people have been giving him credit. I love the way he's handled this midterm election. I don't think, from my perspective, he's done nothing to try to overshadow anybody. I know he had the sanctimonious comment or whatever, but other than that, I think he's done a beautiful job in helping the Republicans during this midterm.
I will tell you, he changed the Republican Party. He's the one that opened the door for African Americans, opened the door for Hispanics.
Created DeSantis. He created Kerry Lake.
Yeah, I mean, he's got his finger on the pulse. He is with us now. Former President Donald Trump is joining us. Mr. President, how are you, sir?
I'm very good, thank you. Now, who were you just talking to? Because his voice sounds so familiar, and I like him. Who is that?
It's Jason Whitlock.
Oh, you're fantastic. I'm a big fan. That's good. Thank you for those nice words. I thought it was you. I said, that's a very familiar voice. And it just got the end, but I appreciate it very much. It's very nice.
So, Mr. President, you are really responsible in many ways for many of the people that the Democrats actually spent time and money promoting, thinking that the American people would reject them, and most of them look like they're going to win tonight.
Well, we're looking very good in Congress, and I think as far as the Senate's concerned, I don't know, that's a little bit up in the air, a little bit more, maybe. It's early, very early. But the Congress, we're really looking good, knocking out a lot of them. Luria, that was another unselect person. You know, I call them the unselect committee. And we're looking like we're knocking out a lot of them. I think so far Congress is looking very good. Senate, I think it's just a little bit too early.
We were talking at Mar-a-Lago a few months back, and I asked you, are you willing to abolish the Department of Education, et cetera? And you said very clearly, I cannot do it with the Mitch McConnells of the world and the same Republicans that we had last time.
Right.
If things go the way they look like they may, is this a group of people that you think will be able to do those hard things?
Well, it's a better group, and McConnell, he handed over $4 trillion, which he wouldn't have had to do. And $4 trillion, can you imagine? He didn't use the debt ceiling card. He didn't want to use it, but they'll use it on us all the time, and they have. And he didn't want to do it. I don't know. He's a strange guy. I made a mistake when I endorsed him. I should have ran somebody against him in the primary from Kentucky, because Kentucky likes me a lot. They don't like him a lot.
Yeah.
And he came to me, and he was so nice. For 2 years, he was so nice. I said, I hate to do this. But we had other fish to fry, and so he got in. Then I endorsed him. He came to me. He was losing to a very good candidate, actually, who had $93 million in the bank, McGrath, Amy McGrath. And he said, could you please endorse me? Would you endorse me? Anyway, I endorsed him. He went up 21 points. He ended up winning by 21 points. Ridiculous. And first time he ever won by any margins. He's a one-percenter. Because, you know, when you have no personality, you don't do so well. But he won because of my endorsement. He won by 21 points, and then that was that. And then he was undecided about impeachment. Let's put it that way. He ultimately was fine, but he was undecided. But so I would have, and that's not the reason. The reason is he allowed $4 trillion to go into mostly Green New Deal junk that caused inflation and is very negative to the Republican Party and to the country. And I would say probably they did it under the guise of construction of roads and construction of bridges, but that was about 8% of it. And that was bad. It was bad for a lot of ways. But that was a bad thing for the Republican Party and for the country. It causes inflation. Now, the big problem with inflation, as you know, is the energy, is when you see gasoline going from 187. I had it down to 187, $1.87, and it went up to $5. That tends to increase inflation a little bit, and that's what it did. So I think that was probably the biggest. But all of that wasted money, that $4 trillion that you know about and that you talk about a lot, that was money that could have been stopped. A lot of things could have been stopped, but he got absolutely nothing for the debt card.
So will you endorse Rick Scott to replace him in the coming days? Because
I think Rick is very good. I think he's highly underrated. Smart guy, works hard, tirelessly. He was a great governor of Florida. He did a great job, and he's a very good senator. And it's a little tough because, you know, McConnell gives everybody their $20 million, and not everybody.
But I think if you got behind it and the American people understood what was at stake and that there is an alternative, I think the pressure being put on by the American people could change things.
Well, I think he's got a lot of pressure. His wife is a big person for Chinese investment, and his family and him, China. I don't think that's appropriate. No, I think Rick Scott would be much better than McConnell. I know McConnell well. I guess probably better than most. And his wife, I call her Coco Chow, but she worked for me for 4 years. But she was so heartbroken, you know, like she's got this big heart. She was so heartbroken at the January 6th, even though it had nothing to do with me. And she left, you know, a week and a half early to make her big statement on the way out the door. So I was glad to see her go, but she wanted to make that statement. No, I'm not a fan of McConnell, and I am a fan of Rick Scott. And you have others in there that would be very good. Right. I mean, the problem is he hands out, you know, because of his position, he's able to raise money, and he gives money to, you know, a lot of senators.
I know.
And they call me and they say, "What do you think?" And I say, "Take the money. Why not take the money?"
When you are looking for candidates to endorse, what are you looking for? Because you're the one who brought a lot of these people who are really becoming superstars. What is it that you look for?
Well, a lot of them. I mean, Kemp, and Kemp was another one that I endorsed in Georgia, governor. And DeSantis, as you know, he was out of the race. The race was over, and I endorsed him. And he went from no chance, 0 chance, to winning the race about an hour after the endorsement went out. And then got him past who was really a superstar at the time. Now he turned out to be a crackhead, you understand. But this guy was their big superstar, him and Stacey Abrams. And he was going to beat DeSantis, and I gave him 2 rallies. We averaged 52,000 a rally, 52,000 people. We had a big one up in Ohio and another big one, as you know, last night, and another big one 2 days ago in Miami for Marco Rubio, who just was declared the winner. And they're great. The rallies I gave DeSantis were incredible, and he ended up winning because of those rallies. And so he was, it was good. He's done a good job as governor.
What was
We
it
have
that
a
you
lot of
saw?
Republicans that have done a good job as governor, actually.
What was it that you saw in Carrie Lake and Dr. Oz?
Amazing how she's turned out. I mean, she had a great sophistication. She had an amazing presence, and an amazing presence also on television, which, as you know, in this world is pretty important.
Yeah.
Unbelievable energy. I mean, I'm very concerned when I hear about, in Arizona, when I hear about the whole thing with the many broken machines. 20% of the machines aren't accepting the vote,
It's
or
my
even worse,
understanding
they
that
accept them, but they don't register. That's even worse.
Right. It's my understanding that was taken care of this afternoon. So they are
that
back
happened
on.
Today.
I know.
Right.
Bad. And Dr. Oz against Fetterman. I've never seen anything like it. Fetterman is it seems as though between Biden, Kamala, some of the older Democrats that are running the party that really are out of touch, and now Fetterman, it seems as though the Republican or the Democratic Party really wants somebody just to be a warm body that somebody can tell them what to do.
It's an interesting combination you just named. It's true. But no, it's ridiculous. If you look at our election, I mean, we did so great in Georgia. And, I don't know if you noticed a few days ago, the Pennsylvania Supreme Court ruled that I was right, that all those votes, all those ballots shouldn't count. And they said from now on they won't, but they didn't say anything about the 2020 election. Far more than I needed, far more. And, we had that in many cases, many states, Wisconsin, Arizona. We had a lot of all different things. They cheat many different ways. They don't just cheat one way. But they are the best cheaters in the world. You almost say to yourself, how do you get elected when you have no God, let's say in Texas, no God, no guns, no oil, and then you're supposed to win a race? But how do you get elected when you have open borders and no voter ID and high taxes and weak military and all of these things that they have? The Afghanistan disaster, get the way they got out. How do you get elected? How are you a 50% party? And one of the ways is they cheat, and they cheat like nobody's ever cheated before.
So,
and I call them cheating and misinformation.
Yeah. They're claiming
the way they
that
give out misinformation is rather brilliant, actually.
They're claiming that we're the party of disinformation, and now Elon Musk is even misinformation. Will you go back on Twitter now that Elon Musk? Do you see that?
I have something that I think you're familiar with, but I have something called Truth, and Truth has been amazing. Actually, I like it better. I really think the associations and everything else are just far, far better. If you look at Truth and you see what's happening on Truth, and I own Truth also, to be honest with you. So it's like, and it's become quite valuable. We have, millions of people on there, millions, and it's gaining rapidly.
But
and it's a voice, and it's not going to be taken down, et cetera, et cetera. They want me to go badly on Twitter. I think it was 270 million between Facebook, Twitter, Instagram. I had a just about number one. When Zuckerberg came over to have dinner at the White House, which was, ridiculous when you think back at it. But he walked into the White House and he said in front of the First Lady and myself, first words, congratulations, you're number one on Facebook. I said, thank you very much. And then all of a sudden I went from having hundreds of millions of whatever you want to call them
likes,
to having nothing. That's a big shocker to the system, right?
Well, but when you announce that you're running for president next week, I mean, you'd want to be on all platforms, wouldn't you?
Yeah, but I'll tell you, I really like Truth. It's growing so beautifully. And honestly, when I put out a Truth, we call it a Truth. They love the fact that I was able to get that term. They're just thrilled with it, Truth. It's the Democrats are thrilled that I have that name.
So,
but you know, they do everything they can to get in the way. They have the SEC, they have everything else. There's never been a weaponization like they have, and certainly never to me. They have. If I fly over a blue state, I end up before a grand jury in 2 days. You know, it's like the craziest thing. These people have gone crazy.
Just to clarify, so when you announce that you're running for president next week, you will not. You'll just be using truth.
So here's the good news. They really want me. I really had a big impact on Twitter because, you know, when I went on Twitter 12 years ago, it was a nothing, failing platform. And then it became very successful. When I got off, that was enforced. But when I got off, it went to hell. And Elon wants me to go back on, but I don't see myself going back on at all, no.
Okay,
I'm very happy.
I don't...
Remember, when I put out a truth, it goes onto Twitter anyway, so it's sort of the same thing, I guess.
So let me try one more time. Are you announcing that you're going to be running for president next week?
I'm going to announce that I think you're going to be very happy. Both of you are going to be very happy based on what I just heard. Okay. But I think you're going to be very happy, and we have to bring the country back. Our country has never been in this position, and we're going to end up in a nuclear war. And I've been good at predicting things. We're going to end up in a nuclear war. This is horrible what's happening. You know, I call it the N-word. You have two N-words. Both of them are unacceptable to use or even think about. And one of the N-words was the nuclear word. And I will tell you, I've never heard that word used so much as I have in the last 2 months.
I know.
It's used on an hourly basis. You cannot, and I know the destructive capability because I was president. I fully understand the destructive capability would make World War I and World War II put together look like peanuts. And we have a man that doesn't know what he's doing, and he's actually causing this talk. And it's not acceptable. Not acceptable.
Mr. President, thank you so much for being on the program tonight. Thank you for all that you've done for the country in the past and what I think you're planning to do on in the future.
Well, thank you very much.
Millions of Americans hope.
Amazing job you've done over the years, and thank you both. Thank you both very much.
God
Appreciate
bless you.
it.
You bet. Donald Trump.
Thank you.
Well, there you have it. I think he's clearly running.
Can I say some good news?
Yes.
They just called New Hampshire already for the gubernatorial, so Sununu might have enough coattails to bring Bolduc over. And if Bolduc comes over, it's going to be a massacre in the Senate.
You were predicting earlier 56 seats?
I do think 56 is possible. Yeah.
And what has to happen to get us to 56?
Washington and Colorado.
Yeah. Those are the next.
Colorado is the state that, and everybody told me I was crazy a few weeks ago, and then Trafalgar did a poll 3 days ago that had that within the margin for error. And the only reason when I was telling you to watch Colorado, Glenn, I honestly didn't know the names of the Republican candidates in the state. I didn't even look at that. Okay? I mean, as a voter, look at candidates. As an analyst, look at metrics. Okay. Colorado is one of the most unique states in the country. You know, you had this trade-off when Trump became president. Republicans became more competitive in Iowa, where I live, Pennsylvania, Michigan, the upper Midwest. And then you lost Colorado, Nevada, and Arizona, more suburban states. That was the trade-off, all right? And so Colorado was a state that for many years was a toss-up state that leaned R, but good Democrat candidates could win too, all right? It became now more of a state that leaned blue. Except it also is one of the only states in the country whose urban areas actually have higher percentage of Hispanic voters than it does black voters, okay? And so this is where you find out that trend line we've been seeing in all the early data of historic Hispanic migration to the GOP. Colorado would be a state that would be uniquely positioned for that to be a factor. Now, maybe Colorado Hispanics are just Doobie Brothers, and they just, they live there to, they don't care about drugs and crime and the border, and, I don't know. I don't live in Colorado. But the metrics of the voting electorate in Colorado lines up with the metrics of what we're seeing in this election.
Let me introduce Chad Prather, who was running for the gubernatorial position against Greg Abbott and Beto. And
it should have been me, Glenn.
Oh.
It should have been me. I don't know what you guys have been doing out here. I've been back there thinking about some stuff pretty hard. It really should have been me, honestly. You know, listen, our fingers are crossed, our prayers are said that Greg Abbott is going to withstand.
I mean, is there anybody who thinks Greg Abbott is not going to?
Listen, here's my thing. You know, if you're going to spend $70 million on an election, you got a chance at winning. Texas has become very purple. If it goes blue, I consistently say it will be Greg Abbott's fault because he has not been good at stating conservative values and principles. He's not a good way of communicating that, no matter what he stands for. He
doesn't stand for anything.
He doesn't. That's
He really doesn't. You know, as somebody who's a adopted Texan, he really hacks me off.
Yeah,
because
well, he lives by polls.
Florida is leading.
Yeah.
Beto, there he is. What a great picture of him.
I sat down in the chair here, and Michael Malice reached over. He thought this was the tumor on the back of Fetterman's neck. This is not. This is what I use to represent the California government right here. This is Pelosi poo and a Newsom burger right here, and I'm afraid they're going to get more of this, and that's just unfortunate for California. But it's going to be unfortunate for Texas as more California comes here, and we're starting to see this trend happen. That's just, it's a blue wave that can't be avoided.
I think people are moving out of New York, and they know why they're moving out of New York, and they may have voted another way, but they're moving to Florida because it's sane, and I don't think they'll bring all of their blueness with them. Do you agree or disagree?
I know people in Tennessee, where I moved to 2 years ago, have that concern about Californians. I moved there from California. And they've seen people, and I think people here in Austin, I think people have seen people leave California and then bring their California values to Texas.
I have the solution to that. The solution to that is hardcore social conservative pro-family policies that either drives those people out of your state because they just decide I want to go live in a place where I can kill my kid out in the asphalt jungle in broad daylight if I want, or you see historic migrations of pro-family value Hispanics to join your fold. That's the greatest remedy. If you continue to feed those people's bellies and let them hold on to those demonic values with no pushback at all, guess what they'll do, Glenn? They'll continue to hold on to their demonic values with no pushback at all. That's what they'll do.
Am I going to have to defend demonism on this show?
Yes.
I mean, it gets a bad rap. Where do you think Hollywood gets all its ideas from? It's not the Bible.
And what are we running against tonight?
We are. Darkness.
Yes, that's what we're running against, are those values.
Listen, and no question, when you're looking at North Texas, which has become a seedbed for the family-friendly, quote-unquote, drag shows and things like that. That's happening in Texas.
I know it is.
And a lot of people are surprised by that. We've kind of sat there and watched it trickle in and saturate our culture here in Texas.
And that's what makes me upset at Greg Abbott. I'm glad he's winning, and hopefully he wins tonight. But, I mean, I voted for him today because I don't want Beto. But I wish there were, you know, that Greg Abbott were somebody more like you, that it will just stand up and say, this is wrong, we're not doing it, we're Texas.
Well, instead, what he's done is he's thrown the doors open to Silicon Valley in the name of job growth. It's driven our property taxes higher. They've brought with them their ideology, their votes. They've brought with them look, for years, Austin's motto has been keep Austin weird. When 10% of your population chooses to be transient in their lifestyle and live under a bridge, that's pretty dadgum weird. Austin's just a land of zombies at this point. You know, I always call them, I said, they're the blueberries in the chili, right? You got El Paso, San Antonio, Houston, now Fort Worth, unfortunately, Dallas, and certainly Austin is the hub that spins the spokes. And we're looking at this thing, how much longer can it last? 2018, Tarrant County, which is Fort Worth, voted blue for the first time for Beto O'Rourke against Senator Ted Cruz. That trend, I'm afraid, is going to continue.
Let me just ask you, how many times can Stacey Abrams and Beto O'Rourke lose and still be given millions of dollars?
Oh, Stacey Abrams is cashing in tonight. I mean, if you can turn losing by over 50,000 votes into a 4-year cottage industry, what will losing by 150,000 votes?
She's auditioning for a spot on The View, and she'd be perfect for that show. That is the Karen mothership, and it would be an automatic, natural fit for her to be on that program.
Yeah, it would be.
She could keep Whoopi's wardrobe at this point. Now they could just,
oh my gosh. There also is, who's the woman that just today said she voted for her son, who was not at the house, and his ballot came to her house, so she filled it out and voted for her and her son. Yeah. That's illegal. That's illegal.
You know, you look at the different things that are happening. Maricopa, there in Arizona. You know, just this morning I had someone call me on the phone and said, you know, hey, you guys are going to sit there and talk about politics in this election return. Are you one of those guys that's going to take your kid to the playground and when he loses at Red Rover, going to complain and tell your kid that he won for the next 4 years? And I'm like, look, Stacey Abrams, Hillary Clinton, all of them, they've been riding that same bandwagon, you know, of saying this, the election thing is rigged, there's problematic. Everybody's a denier of. You know, look, we have a systematic problem when it comes to the election process in the United States of America. The fact that this is going to take, and I said this a week ago, the fact that it's going to take a week to understand what happens in Arizona or Pennsylvania when the thing's moving, it's pretty smooth in Florida. Why is that happening? Why are we continuing to let that happen?
Can I split hairs with you?
Yes.
It's not illegal if the law is not enforced. That's my kind of anarchist perspective. If she can go on TV and say she's doing this and have no consequences, in what sense is it really illegal?
Well, I think that's what we're talking about tonight. We are talking about, hopefully, the return of law and order.
We're not a nation of laws, and we never have been.
Amen.
We're a nation of political will, and we always will be. The law is what someone has the will to enforce. It is not what is written on a paper.
Right.
Yeah.
It is not what's declared. It is what is enforced. That is the law.
And what is accepted by the people. If we would not have accepted all of the COVID mandates, it wouldn't have happened.
Right. You want to know why in San Diego you're still masking your kid to go to school there and taking a questionable jab? Because you can't even get 20 dads to show up at the school and say, we're not masking our kids today, do something about it, let alone 20,000.
And let me quote H.L. Mencken when he said, the average man does not want to be free, he merely wants to be safe. And I think COVID demonstrated that over and over. I was very disappointed in my country.
Loki was right, we were made to be ruled.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that's what we decide tonight. I don't think that's true if America
it depends. Are we doing
out.
the boomer era silent majority? We voted Republican to save America. Now back to our private Idahos and Pleasant Valley Sundays, or are we going to ride these dudes to do their damn jobs?
Sounding like me. This is amazing.
I know. I don't think that
things are so bad. The anarchists and the Christian fundamentalists now are singing from the same hymnal book. That's where we are.
I wouldn't go as far as the same hymnal, but the point is,
dude, you're the only one here that appreciated that Calvinism was trending worldwide on Twitter tonight beside me. Everybody else looked at me and like, what was the big deal? But you got the joke, brother. I'm feeling you. I got you.
Look, here's the thing. I don't think we are those people to go back to sleep. I think things are so bad. Next week, I'm doing a special on the four people that are just, four examples from all sides of the aisle that they've had their door broken down by DHS or the ATF. They've taken their house, their money, and none of them were charged with a crime. I think people know that we are very close to not just democracy dying in the darkness, but freedom really being wiped out.
And here's the thing. If we don't learn our lesson, if we haven't woken up, then we deserve everything we get. If it's not enough yet that we can't define a woman and that, 5 and 6-year-olds are having gender affirming surgery and we're supposed to shut our mouths and be silent about it, with all that's going on right now, we don't stay active now, we deserve what's coming to us.
Yeah,
Amen.
I agree.
DeSantis at 59% now, by the way.
Nice.
Wow.
84% of the vote is in.
Wow.
There used to be this thing, a mandate, an election would be so overwhelming that you'd have a mandate.
Right.
But I think to Steve's point, there is no political voting mandate unless you're willing to enforce it.
Yes.
Oh yeah,
you can't. It just does. So people have to stay involved.
I got news for you. I mean it about Rick Scott. I mean it. I think we all need to be on the phone.
You made the right pitch. There's one person in America, all right, that can make Rick Scott Senate Majority Leader, and you just talked to him a few minutes ago.
Yeah.
Now I'll say this about DeSantis. I heard from a little birdie this morning that he had already told the staff after this election, and these were the exact words, we are doing a, quote, Sherman's March. Those were the exact words. We are doing a Sherman's March through the institutions of this state and purging these woke people.
That's
from the
Gramsci
state.
more than
Wow.
Schiller.
Wow.
Can I ask Steve a question?
Wow.
Would you agree with me that this idea that many conservatives have that DeSantis is going to be Trump's VP is completely delusional?
Oh, delusion.
Absolutely.
Yes, delusion.
If you've ever spent 5 minutes around Donald Trump, you see two
that's not gonna
trends.
happen.
One, the men around him tend to be kind of, The women around him tend to be hot and very smart. All right.
Right.
So he likes alpha
Very late.
women, but he likes to be the only rooster in
Alpha,
the hen
yeah,
house,
yeah, yeah,
or the hen in the rooster house, I should say. Okay. So I don't see that happening at all.
I see possibility of Carrie Lake, but I'm not sure she would take it.
No, if Trump is the nominee, the vice president will either be Tulsi Gabbard, Kristi Noem, or my governor, Kim Reynolds. It'll be one of those three. If DeSantis is the nominee, and it will only be those two, they're the only two people that have any chance of being the nominee. If DeSantis is the nominee, then I think you're looking at a much wider field, and then I think you could see somebody like Carrie Lake be it.
You're forgetting the third candidate, Liz Cheney. It could be her year.
Wow. Okay, we're going to take a quick break. Some of the polls have closed. We have Arizona closing now. Arizona is closing. It's not kept open late for the mess. Colorado, Kansas, Michigan, New Mexico, and New York are now closed. By the way, make sure that you are tweeting your comments. We are watching them at #BlazeMidterms now. All right, let's go to Sarah.
It's been quite a night already. As we saw earlier in the day, Maricopa County, Arizona has been having massive issues with their voting machines at about 20% of their voting locations. I know you guys discussed this earlier. Well, Carrie Lake's lawyers have filed a lawsuit asking to extend voting hours until 10 p.m. Her team issued a statement that read in part, "We join this lawsuit to ensure that every single voter has a chance to have their vote legally counted and that no Arizona voter is disenfranchised because of Maricopa County's incompetence." As we know, multiple media outlets have projected a victory for Ron DeSantis. Well, as expected, the leftists on Twitter are not having a great time with this victory. Brooklyn Dad tweeted, "It should be illegal for any governor to redraw the congressional map the way Ron DeSantis did in Florida. How did he get away with that?" Call to Activism tweeted, "Florida failed women." I'm still trying to work that one out in my head. And ProPublica tweeted, "DeSantis unveiled a redistricting map of his own, a step no Florida governor had ever taken. His plan wiped away half of the state's black-dominated congressional districts, dramatically curtailing black voting power in America's largest swing state." And Ana Navarro Cardenas tweeted, "In 2018, DeSantis barely won against a black progressive, little-known mayor. In the last 4 years, Florida GOP invested in registering new voters and painting Democrats as scary socialists. Democrats ignored the smoke alarms and fell asleep at the wheel. Today, the whole damn house burnt down." I love the tears, Glenn.
Oh, the tears are always there, always present on this type of night. We'll see how deep and how gushing those tears get. Hopefully, it's really a problem for their hydration levels by the end of the night. We do have a bunch of races to call. First, a couple in the Senate for the Democrats, Maryland, and of course, Chuck Schumer in New York. No surprise in either of those races. On the Republican side, Arkansas, South Dakota with John Thune and Jerry Moran in Kansas. So we're getting up there now. We got 29. Let's see, I just updated this. So we've got 10, so 39 right now for the Republicans. On the other side, we've got 40 right now locked in for the Democrats. A couple of governor races as well, in case you're interested, both New Hampshire and Vermont for the Republicans, and Rhode Island and Massachusetts for the Democrats. And we can welcome our first openly lesbian governor of a state.
Oh,
yes,
broken
congratulations
that
to Maura
glass
Healey.
ceiling. That's fantastic. I know, now we're fixed. So are there any surprises yet, or are you seeing any results that are coming out that you think tell us anything tonight?
Yeah, you guys were talking earlier about the difference in the gubernatorial race and the Senate race in Georgia, which I think is an interesting thing to watch. Right now, Kemp is up by, let's see, about 7 or about 8 points. As we speak right now.
And Herschel Walker just took the lead.
And Herschel Walker,
0.2, yeah.
Let's see, yes, has the lead by about 0.4. 0.6, actually 0.6.
Is he over? He's not over 50%.
Neither.
No, right now he's at 49.4, very close. But again, if he's running only 5 or 6 points behind Kemp, there may be something that could be a good sign for Walker. Pennsylvania is still really early, 11% of the vote in. John Fetterman currently leads big, 70-27, but that's very early on.
Do you know anything about the fortification of the paper there at many of the poll sites in Pennsylvania? They apparently ran out of paper and didn't have any ballots for anybody, just fortifying it.
It's a common first world problem.
It's a supply chain issue.
Yeah, apparently they apparently went to the Michael Scott Paper Company.
Right.
Mifflin.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Let me bring in Allie Stuckey. One of my favorite political ads of the season actually was released just a few weeks ago. Here it is.
I could go all day listing the accomplishments of this administration and the Democratic Party, but why not listen to our voters instead? Here's what they have to say.
Not being able to afford to eat out, go on vacation, or pay our electricity bills has really brought our family together. Literally, we had to move from our 4-bedroom house to a studio apartment. Thank you, Joe.
And while it looks like we have power simply because our ideology dominates all major corporations, big tech, Hollywood, academia, public education, the administrative and security states, the CDC, the NIH, not to mention the World Economic Forum and the UN, we're actually the underdog.
Welcome.
Thank you.
How are you?
Thank you very much. I'm glad to bring some feminine energy to this.
I know. A lot of testosterone.
Oh, that's what I did, actually.
That's true. That's true. Some additional feminine energy.
Yeah. So, Allie, what do you think is happening? Is it just moms? Is it just the schools? Is it a combination of a lot of things that are coalescing now?
Look, it's a combination of a lot of things. When I look at Florida and I look how DeSantis led Florida, he was an unapologetic culture warrior. He did a lot of things that other Republican governors were too scared to do. They were scared of Fauci. They were scared of feminists. They were scared of whoever to be the first one to say, you know what, let's take a step back about vaccines or gender surgery or whatever controversial subject it was. He was willing to be the first one to go out there and say something and do something about it. That was a winning strategy, even in a somewhat purple state. So why other Republican governors in deep red states don't take notes, it's really a mystery to me.
It is, especially in, as you said, deep red states. One of the states I'm shocked by is Utah, Idaho, where they are not being, they're being soft, and they shouldn't be. This DeSantis has a chance of really showing. Donald Trump is just Donald Trump. He's one of a kind. DeSantis is a model for other people.
Yeah, and look, he uses power, and that's something that conservatives typically have been uncomfortable with. We're uncomfortable with power, and yet DeSantis says, look, I'm going to use all of the tools constitutionally available to me to crush the entities that are crushing you. That's what this new batch of Republicans want. That's what at least I want as a conservative.
Yeah. I don't want somebody creating new powers, but I want them to use the constitutional power that they have. And he seems to be that guy. If he does this march through the institutions and purges everything, I think he is he has the possibility of changing the course of the republic.
Yeah, and it's also, that would be the first time I can remember a Republican ever following through with something like that, because every time Republicans get the majority, and sometimes the executive office, they just cave every time.
I think DeSantis has an advantage that someone in Idaho, someone in Utah doesn't have. I think Kari Lake's going to have this advantage. They're leading states that have diversity that the Democrats all talk about, BIPOC, whatever. In Florida, the Cuban population is very conservative. You can't call Ron DeSantis racist. You just can't. He's leading a very diverse state. And so he gets to govern boldly without that fear, where I think when you're leading some of these other states that are Utah, Idaho, or whatever, I think a lot of these people are afraid to be themselves. They've been shamed.
I completely disagree. You can call them racist all you want. They called Larry Elder the face of white supremacy.
I know.
So to say that they
it's
need
not
to
leading
basis,
anything.
the point is,
lands or what
hold on,
sticks,
let me
I
finish.
think is what he's
to say that you have to have some kind of basis in fact for this term. You know, Ann Coulter said in her book that attention Republicans at the New York Times isn't calling you racist, you're losing. So the term is just used as a slur.
Agreed.
Legitimize.
It's a matter of whether it's a slur or it carries political potency.
Right.
Yeah. I don't think it matters. I don't think any of those things mean
Here's
anything.
what matters. If Ron DeSantis is your nominee, you have saved $300 million that you don't, at least, that you don't have to spend winning Florida, the most expensive swing state in the United States of America.
Here's
you bank all that money and you put it into Virginia, Colorado, Nevada, Arizona, these other places. That is a huge statistical or strategic advantage that I haven't heard anybody talk about.
Here's the thing on,
the nominee.
you know, and here's the thing on that. The thing that concerns me is obviously when Donald Trump ran in 2015, he had a 90% name recognition across the U.S. Does DeSantis have that type of name recognition outside of Florida? That's going to be the big question. We think about that. We understand it. We say, oh, yeah, of course, we keep up with these things. But does the average American that doesn't even know when their primaries are in their state, do they know who Ron DeSantis really is?
Right, and that's where the controversy, can we just, how honest can I be?
Completely honest.
I saw you melt down in 20. Do it now.
Except for the social media, we remember it is fortifying.
They won't care about what I'm about to say.
Okay.
You might, but they won't.
All right.
Okay. Fox News is going to be in the tank for Ron DeSantis. In the tank. With the exception of one show, okay, that's Sean Hannity's, who Trump rescued his program from, he was getting Stapler Guide at Fox. I mean, he was doing the Greta Van Thunberg.
Tucker's going to be in the tank for DeSantis?
He may not be in the tank, but at the very least, it'll be a fair fight. The rest of Fox News' programming, they don't cover Trump's rallies. All right, if Trump had announced tonight, they would have made that like D block.
Yeah.
Okay. They're going to be at an institutional level. Fox will be in the tank for Ron DeSantis.
We saw it.
And that's how you help with the name ID from a primary
We saw the debates in 2015 when the first thing out of Megyn Kelly's mouth, not to disrespect her guest, was going after him. You call women pigs as if there are no women pigs in politics.
Right. It is. It's truly remarkable to me. You know, the Fox News that I knew when I was there was very concerned about the Tea Party because they did not want people toasting the power in Washington. And I was clearly told, your problem is you won't play the game. No, because it's not a game for me or the American people. And I think you're right, although I don't think DeSantis is the guy that is going to play the typical Republican game. He's not in Florida.
What's happened is the establishment has been so routed here.
Yeah.
That the idea of a Nikki Haley, who 20 years ago we would have thought she would have been fine.
Great, yeah.
Okay, they can't even forget Romney's and McCain's. They can't even run Nikki Haley's now. And so the reality is they have to come to DeSantis, try to do some form of business with him, because that's the only option they have to avoid Trump doing what they fear, which is losing an election in 2024 that should be able to be won, particularly after tonight.
I got to jump in because earlier you talked about Virginia 10. That race has now been called for the Democrat.
They did pull it out.
So they did pull out.
What was the margin in that race?
It's 53% to 47%. Okay. So that was a bellwether if it was going to be complete tsunami. So it has come in for the Democratic candidate.
You know, to the point, and I think Pat made it a little while ago, I think if you go back to when Trump was elected, you know, Obamacare had become the thing and nobody expected Trump to win, right? So they expected Hillary to be the president. So whenever he took office and Republicans took over, they had no alternative for Obamacare. They didn't expect to have an alternative. They were a do-nothing Congress. They didn't have an option. I think that's the refreshing thing about a Ron DeSantis, and we could forecast maybe a Kerry Lake. They do something. They don't just talk about it.
Right.
And I think that's what everybody's looking for is a true small government conservative that does something. I mean, Ron DeSantis, while you have some governors that go out there and, you know, put their finger in the wind to see which way it's blowing or operate by polls and they go out and say the good things, you know, DeSantis has been curb stomping people in Florida. And I think it resonates, as you can see by these obvious numbers right now.
I've talked to our attorney general here in Texas. I've talked to attorney generals all over. I talked to the guy who's running as a Republican in Arizona with Kerry Lake. And They're the only ones that are saying, this is an invasion and we're going to stop it. And they have the constitutional route, they think, but they're going to fight for it.
Let me tell you.
Everybody else is just sitting around.
I got to tell our audience this story. So a buddy of mine who works in DeSantis' operation, when they passed the anti-groomer bill, I texted this buddy of mine and I said, what you guys really need to do is go after Disney's set-asides and really send the message that you mean it. And he chuckled at me and said, I don't know, I think we're probably a few weeks away from that. 48 hours later, Ron DeSantis goes to a podium and says, yeah, we're taking all those set-asides away from Disney. No tweets, no warnings, no threats. Just, do you hear that sound in the distance? It's the bombers, and they're dropping a payload. No warnings, no tweets, no rallies, no chants. We're just going to do it.
Can I add some information that's just coming in? We got 62% of the vote in Georgia, and the two races are a complete inversion of each other. You have Kemp beating Abrams by 51 to 47, and Warnock is beating Walker by 51 to 47. They're exact parallels. So it's very possible Warnock is going to pull this out. But again, it's only 60% of the vote.
Yeah, Stu, can you help us? What are the counties in Georgia that they're starting to look at here? Do we have any clue on how stable this is?
Yeah, we can dive into that data. I mean, I was just about to give you basically the same thing that Michael just talked about. It's +4 and -4 for the Republicans right now. So an 8-point split is a little higher than we were seeing in a lot of the polls. It's not out of the realm of possibility. If Kemp can extend this, you know, a lot of people were talking about him maybe hitting 8 or 10 points in victory. 8 points is a little wider. It's still early, though. I mean, we still have a lot of vote to count there. I've been looking at the splits here, and some of the states like Pennsylvania, New Hampshire, where it would really matter to see what those splits were, we could kind of get something out of it. Still too early to really tell. Right now, Pennsylvania, the Democrats are absolutely blowing out the Republicans, but that's just because the counties that have come in have been big blue counties. But as far as Georgia comes, I mean, we're at what, 59 or 60% of the vote in right now, and it's going to be. It's going to be close for Walker. I mean, I think Kemp pulls this over the finish line. I'd be very surprised if that didn't happen. But Walker, it's going to be tight. This is not going to be an easy race for him.
How are we looking in New York with Zeldin?
Too early, really. There's almost no data in. Right now, it's 74 to 26. Hochul is leading, but it's only 9% of the vote in.
It looks like the judge has denied the request in Arizona to keep the polls open.
You've got to be kidding me.
Yeah.
How could they do that? And you know who that... I mean, Carrie Lake, she's running against the woman who is currently the Secretary of State. That's her election. How could you possibly not keep those polls open?
Well, you just answered your own question.
I mean, but who was it I was talking to earlier that said, you know, you don't want to put the red light on. You know, you haven't cleaned up the mess from the last time. You're still being sued for the last time. You're going to add more fuel to that fire?
The day that they were holding hearings in Arizona, where people were testifying to the irregularities in that election, the Republican governor of Arizona, Doug Ducey, certified the election. That's all you need to know.
Let me go to Dave Rubin, who's joining us from Florida. He is with the DeSantis campaign.
I think I'm on with. Am I on with the Blaze?
You are on, Dave. You are on.
I don't think I'm going to be able to see. It is absolute pandemonium here. Governor DeSantis just left the state about 20 seconds ago with the First Lady and his kids. Glenn, I got to tell you, and I wish I could hear you, and hopefully my guys, maybe they can tell me what you're saying on the iPad. It is so loud in here. People are so appreciative of being free. All right, I'll shake your hand. Okay. It's just absolute joy in here. Florida has done it right. This is the blueprint for America. It's why I left California and why I moved to the free state. It sort of feels like a culmination of all of the things that I've been talking about for years and taken root here, all the things that you've been talking about way before me. And the joy and the fight is here. I hope the rest of the night continues to go well for Republicans, but no matter what happens here on out, we have a beacon of hope, and I think that's what we've all needed more than anything else. And if you want to chime in, I'll try to have my guys type it out so I can read it. At least I can see you, I don't know. Hi, how are you? I love you.
We're doing good.
All right.
Thank you so much, Dave. We're going to check back in with Dave later on in the evening. Hopefully, he will be with Governor DeSantis. Yes, hang on. Just Jason Whitlock is here.
Last comment. Is everybody here would prefer DeSantis over Trump? Is that what I was hearing?
I unquestionably would, and I haven't hidden that fact.
I think I would.
So I don't think
I'll
anybody
vote for
80
either.
should ever be president, period.
You don't think what?
Anybody 80 years old should ever be president, period.
He's a remarkable 80. I understand what you're saying, but he's a remarkable 80.
I've kind of gone back and forth, but the war is not over. And Trump is war battle tested. I love what Ron DeSantis is doing in Florida.
Yeah.
But he hasn't faced the kind of resistance that Donald Trump has and withstood that. And they're going to be more angry coming on tomorrow than they were today.
Oh.
So there's one guy that has withstood the war now for 6 straight years. I just don't know about tossing him to the side. And I love
I'm not saying toss him to the side. I will vote for either of them.
Mm-hmm.
Either of them. I don't think Ron DeSantis is going to run if Donald Trump announces.
I think he's going
to run.
Do you really?
You're wrong. I absolutely think he's going to run because in 2008 it wasn't Obama's turn either, and he said screw you, and he got the nomination.
If he does not run, he'll be bypassed by Kerry Lake. You don't ever wait your turn to run. Ask President Mike Huckabee. Ask President Chris Christie.
And why else did DeSantis bite his tongue when Charlie Crist called him out on it during the debate? If he didn't intend to run, he would have said, I promise I'll stay.
The crowd was chanting 2 more years tonight.
I saw
2
that.
more years is
2
what the
more
crowd
years.
was chanting.
By the way, Texas has been called for Abbott.
Oh, wow.
Can I address Jason's point? Here's what we can say about Trump. He did withstand a lot of those fights. When he faced the first real crisis of his entire presidency, the first real one, on March 16th of 2020, and from that point forward, he made every wrong decision possible. And it's why he's not president today. He took the White House seal, handed it to Anthony Fauci and said, you're really in charge of the country now, and never really truly got his power back. And on the other hand, Ron DeSantis helped save the damn country from COVID. That cannot be denied.
I disagree with Jason a little bit when you said he stood up to everything. The last year of his presidency was L after L after L. He was routed by the press and by the Democrats, and no one put a gun to his head and told him to go on NPR and humiliate himself. But he seems to have this delusion from his years in New York that he can make the media fall in love with him. He's completely insane in that regard.
There's nobody in the world who can, I don't know, sit on the toilet in the West Wing of the White House at 3:30 in the morning after getting freshly spray painted with a tan and tweet something out and control the media for the next 36 hours and become a laser pointer for cats. Donald Trump has that ability, but he also has the ability to not only put his foot in his mouth, but pick the wrong people around him. And I do agree with that. Until he comes out and says, I was wrong about pushing this vaccine on the American public, I don't think a lot of people are going to forgive him.
That issue, I can just tell you, in a state where I come from, First in the Nation caucus state, that Rick Perry's presidential campaign in Iowa died 10 minutes after people found out that he tried to enforce a Gardasil HPV vaccine mandate on boys.
Yep.
On boys.
Yeah.
He was done 10 minutes later. I can just tell you I kind of think I know my state pretty well. Got a bit of a track record of knowing how to organize it. And I can just tell you right now, that jab stuff, that dog ain't gonna hunt, as y'all say down here. He's gonna absolutely have to address that on the ground in Iowa if DeSantis is in the race. Now, if Ron does not run, then, whether it's Mike Pompeo or Mike Pence, none of those people have any form of a record to challenge.
Is there a possibility that a group of political insiders love Ron DeSantis, but people sitting at home in rural America and in Nashville, Tennessee, love
I think it depends on who you're talking about. A lot of people say, I hear this all the time, I've heard this for the past few years, Trump's instincts, they're so good, they're so good. I would just disagree with that. I do not think his political instincts are good. I think that he has done good things. I think Ron DeSantis's political instincts are better. I think he has more of a finger on the pulse of the American public and what people are willing to fight for. Like, if you are looking at the things that he said, okay, this is what we're gonna fight for, this is what we're gonna go out front for. Pornography in schools, CRT, gender ideology, and then you're looking at a couple other things too, like the surgery for minors. he is extremely strategic. He doesn't really talk about abortion. He really never talks about abortion because that he knows. He looks at the numbers. He knows what people really care about. He managed to win in this state and rally the support of Republicans, conservatives, conservative moms without ever really having talked about abortion. He knows exactly what riles people up, exactly what people are voting for. I don't think Donald Trump has those same instincts.
I will tell you, I will vote for either one of them.
I agree with that.
Yeah,
I agree with that. Yeah.
But I think that DeSantis is just more strategic in some ways. Donald Trump
He's very strategic in a good way.
Yeah, and I've said to Donald himself to his face, "You're a hand grenade. You throw a hand grenade into a room, and I don't mean this as a bad thing. He just throws a hand grenade in the room and then looks like through the wall that came down and goes, "What's behind there?" You know what I mean?
I agree with Jason that in rural Tennessee, more people know and like. Here's the thing, though. This fight is going to play out in Nashua, New Hampshire, and Des Moines, Iowa. If Ron DeSantis cannot win both of those places, it'll never get to Nashville, Tennessee, and Donald Trump will coast to the nomination. Yeah. That's where this is going to play out. He has to win one, if not both of those places.
We can pick this up again, but first I got to go to Stu, who's got an update on the Senate for us. Stu.
Let me give you an update on a bunch of these closer races that we've all been watching. Some of these are super early, so you can take what you want out of them. Warnock, we mentioned 51, Walker 47, that's 61% of the vote in. Beasley is with a 2-point lead over Budd in North Carolina right now. 62.5% of the vote is in. Ryan and Vance, there's a 2-point lead for Ryan right now in Ohio. Only 43% of the vote in. As we mentioned, Fetterman is up 77-21 against Dr. Oz, but only 8% of the vote in. At this point, they're counting them so slow, I think Fetterman might be counting the votes himself. So we will see. It's not going to play out well. Also, Maggie Hassan, 59, Bolduc, 39, but still only about 21% of the vote in that race in New Hampshire.
Does any of this mean anything?
My first sign of concern, because it's a state I did some campaign events in this spring during primary time. Very well organized. Budd's polling in that state has been outside the margin of error for quite some time. And it wasn't really even on anybody's radar that the Democrats could get that seat. And North Carolina is a key state because Republicans are, on a statewide level, I think just 2 Supreme Court justices, 2 members of the state Senate, and 1 member of the House, I think it is, from having filibuster-proof majorities. They can do whatever they want over the objections of the Democratic governor. So that's one of the big states tonight. I would be curious to know what's outlying in North Carolina.
Stu's data is a little wrong because right now with 72%, Budd's at 50.1 and Beasley's at 48. So it's already become inverted since we've spoken.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Stu.
And to be fair, I was waiting for you guys to stop rambling, and I was standing up here with a piece of paper that wasn't updating Michael.
But no, I wasn't the one rambling.
No, I'm only kidding. It's interesting.
That was me. I own it.
Yeah, no, that's right. It's interesting to look at the prediction markets. It's another thing that we look at. Obviously, you can make a lot of money if these polls are wrong or if this data is coming in. Looking at what is left. There's some encouraging signs from North Carolina. Still 89% chance for Budd to win there. So you take that as a positive. Herschel Walker is still at over 50%, 53%, but that has fallen today. People were more optimistic on that earlier on. A couple of the other races, 61% for Fetterman right now. He was the underdog on the prediction markets coming in, but I don't know how much of that is just reaction to people, to these really early vote totals that we don't have much data from those states. Right now, the prediction markets have it this way. Republicans to win the House, 92%. About what we thought. Republicans to win the Senate at 60%. That is down from a high, though, earlier on today of 78%.
Wow.
So it is come down, but still they are the favorites on the prediction markets. And that's people who are betting their money looking at these results.
Okay. I mean, is it getting that hard? At what point does the 51 Republicans start to go into jeopardy?
I think we should at least, I still don't expect to be the outcome tonight, but I think we should at least consider that by tomorrow morning the story will be Republicans underperformed what they were expected to do nationwide, with the exception of DeSantis and Florida. And if that were to be the case, you want to talk about a narrative shift in conversation. How is it possible that a guy that won by less than 40,000 votes took a state that's a notorious swing state, and he's going to hit 60%, I think, when this is done. And so if I would say right now, 70% the night ends up, or this ends up about where I thought it would be, 30% that it ends up in the scenario I'm describing, but I'd have said coming in here, it's 90-10, okay? So what does that do to this whole conversation we're having? If essentially Florida is the embodiment of this uniquely compared to much of the, if Florida is more of an embodiment of this than, say, Georgia. I'm not surprised by Herschel Walker. I always said that if Brian Kemp won by 8, Walker would not lose. That's always what I said, all right? What I'm surprised by is what Kemp is doing. He's the one underperforming here, not Herschel Walker. He's the top of the ticket. He's the incumbent. He's the one that's supposed to drag the rest of the ticket. What does it say if Florida is the ultimate swing state, is this red, and Georgia, they're struggling to get over the finish line? I think that's a conversation that will absolutely carry over into the next primary.
And what does it say?
Yeah, and I wasn't surprised by Georgia actually in 2020. Now, there could have been funny business. I know I have a lot of family in Georgia. It is getting bluer.
No, fortification. They were just fortification.
That's what I meant to say. Thank you for correcting me. I've got a lot of family there. I've got a lot of family in Georgia. And so I've seen it get bluer by the year. The previously light blue counties have gotten deep blue. But it really shows you in the Herschel Walker and the Warnock race just how powerful the media is. Because sure, you could say this abortion story when it comes to Herschel Walker was bad, but you're also looking at Warnock, who has just as much of a sordid past, allegations of abuse and all kinds of things as a pastor, plus his policies are awful. And you want to talk about name recognition. I mean, people who were born and raised in Georgia know who Herschel Walker is. Herschel Walker was basically a god. And so the fact that he could be losing to someone whose character is awful, whose policies are awful in the state of Georgia, I think that's a bad sign.
It's a really bad sign. I'm still stuck. We're in a culture war.
I know we are.
And I don't know if we're in a, strategy's important in a culture war, but.
Who's got more culture war wins than Ron DeSantis does?
Can we, before we beat each other up for 2024, can we get through tonight?
Come on.
Let's just get through tonight.
Well, we got to speculate about tonight.
I know, but I think we're sitting here at a time where hopefully the American people, the spiritual people of America, are waking up to the trouble that we are in. But I think even if the Republicans win, and maybe even especially if they win, you're going to see the left unleash on this nation. Things are not going to get better right away. They're going to get worse before they get better.
If there is no red wave, tsunami, or whatever, they're going to be even more emboldened.
Oh, yeah.
Let's put the worst president, perhaps in the history of the United States, on stage for 2 years, and we didn't get beat nearly as bad as we thought.
How is he worse than Wilson? How is he worse than...
Yeah, he's not worse than Wilson.
Come on, there's lots of...
But he's bad.
He's worse than Obama to you?
Well, is he worse than Obama to me? Obama's narrative, and so that's like, the narrative is, most people buy is that he was great.
I'm asking you your opinion.
Well...
Jimmy Carter?
Yeah, you're talking to someone who ignored politics for the majority of my life.
This is the first election you've even been registered.
That I've participated in. And so for me, and what I'm seeing, and again, for me, the issues that hit me and have compelled me to get involved, whoever's the sitting president, when it becomes popular to have drag queens in libraries and in schools and they're sexualizing our kids, that's the worst president I've ever. I don't know what Woodrow Wilson did, but I know we got drag queens sexualizing kids at school going on in America, and in a properly functioning country, If people were sexualizing kids the way they are, bodies would be dropping.
Amen.
Amen.
And so whoever's sitting here and doing nothing about what's going on with our kids, to me, and I know
I think, let me bridge the
I completely agree. When this was happening too.
Right, but
Trump was president when this was happening too.
No, but
not to this level.
No. Well, let me bridge the gap here. I think each of these presidents, with an exception of Woodrow Wilson, who was absolutely the beginning of all of this.
No, Teddy was the beginning.
Oh, okay, but the one who really put it in was Woodrow Wilson. But if you look at them, they all made things worse. All of these progressives made things worse. Barack Obama was really the first in my awareness of my lifetime. You know, LBJ was probably, but I don't remember him. You have Barack Obama, and he was shocking. But now we're getting to the finishing of this transition away from a republic into I don't know what. And so I think that, you know, it doesn't matter if he was worse than Barack Obama. He's the guy who's putting the final touches on all of the stuff that Woodrow Wilson dreamt of and all of these bad guys dreamt of.
They got Ralph Levine in a dress calling himself an admiral. I mean, some of this stuff is hard for me to talk. It's emotional because I can't believe nobody. This is going on in our country.
Yeah.
And we're all acting like, hey, this is no big deal. This is business as usual.
It's not. It's not.
We got people convulsing in the streets. I can't kill my baby. I can't kill. I have no rights.
Roe v. Wade just got overturned.
I got it, but I'm looking at people
because it sounds like you're saying.
No. I know what I think, Mike. I want to hear from you what you think, but I know what I think.
It sounds.
I don't need you to correct me on what I think. You can have your opinion, but I am very capable of explaining myself and what I think.
That's not what the data says. You're not very capable.
Hey, man. The data says I'm incapable of explaining what I think.
Correct.
Whose data? What data?
I can raise my voice to you just as easily as you can.
No.
Yes.
I can't explain. Jason Whitlock can't explain what I think, and the data says what?
You heard me.
What are we doing here?
Please help me understand.
Just explain what do you mean? What are
you talking about?
I'll be happy to tell you if you don't speak over me. What I meant was you're saying things are worse than worse in terms of abortion when Roe v. Wade was just overturned, and there are many states overnight that made it illegal to have abortions.
No, but
that is a step in the direction that I think you would like.
It's a step in the but I'm also seeing people out in the streets open with their satanic views. That's unprecedented to me at this level, that people are that proud of their and that convicted in their desire.
Evil.
We've normalized this to the point, and they're running for office on it. I got a minister, a pastor, calling himself a pro-choice pastor. So for me, and Mike, it's great what you think, but this is what I think.
Okay.
This is the worst I've ever seen it. Well, give a fuck about your data. I don't.
Obviously.
I don't care. I'm talking about what I think.
Okay. Guys, let's go to Stu and get some more calls here on what is happening outside of our studio.
Yeah,
Stu.
there's a bunch going on outside. Right now, North Dakota, we can call in the Senate for the Republicans. Another seat that was expected. No big surprise there, but they're piling up here. You're now up to 40. Is that right? 29, yeah. Let's see, we're up to 40 now for Republicans. We kind of think we'll get to 44-44 without much effort, right? 44-44 is basically where we'll get without any of these interesting races really coming in. A couple of other races, not a big surprise in Colorado, which was supposed to be, is going to be closer, we think, in the Senate, but the governor's race is called now for Polis, who is sort of one of the more popular governors on the Democratic side, had some of his COVID policies received a little bit better than some of the other Democrats. Wes Moore more in Maryland again. No big surprise there. This is how these things happen, though, right? You start with a bunch of things that do not surprise you at all. The other stuff drags out late into the evening, and we will continue to be following this all the way up to midnight Eastern, and then over on the youtube.com/StuDoesAmerica into the wee hours of the morning, if we can get all these results to come in. Right now, you're seeing in the prediction markets, I think, a lot of people who are sitting there with their money, they're looking at these things and they're saying, this is a little bit closer than they expected it in both the House and the Senate. Now, the House has come down to the high 80s on the prediction markets. The Senate is still favoring the Republicans, but not by much. And as we look at these races kind of come down, North Carolina hopefully is going to hold on. But, I mean, Herschel Walker right now is in a very, very, very close race. And we still don't know much of anything about the Fetterman-Oz race at this point.
I would like to change the direction here in a minute, because I think everybody's stress is so high in this country that a lot of people feel like Michael, a lot of people feel like Jason, and we are in a place where this country could tear itself apart. Yeah. You've got Howard Stern coming out this week and saying if Herschel Walker wins, there's going to be a civil war. I don't even know what he bases that on. But we are a place that if we don't, any more pressure on this country, and I think we can fly apart. And people are seriously looking now at how would we break apart. So I would like to just show my map here. Do we have the map of how I believe that we will? Oh, you have it. Yeah, okay. Because there are people, and we asked each of you guys to do this. Did you guys bring your,
Yes.
Did you have yours?
Yeah, I think someone has my map. There's your map.
Okay, so here's mine.
Wow, this is detailed, which doesn't
it's
surprise
very
me
detailed,
at all.
but this is, you'll see up at the top is Cascadia, I believe, and then New Idaho, and then you have the New Ethiopia, which is Canada, or which is California. I like to call that the New Ethiopia. And then you have a border wall all the way around that. And then you have Pornville, which used to be Nevada. You have the Salt Lake Denver Thruway. I like to call New Mexico the Ranch, Arizona. And a little bit of New Mexico, and then New Mexico just becomes New Mexico. Texas is there. Then you have Voodoo and Alligator Territory. You have a free Florida, but in the center you'll see it has Pedo World. It's been renamed for that. Then you have New York as a prison. New Canada. In New Canada there is Crime Town. And the capital becomes a no-go zone. So you have that. Let's go to, do you have Allie's by any chance?
Mine is not detailed at all. Mine has a bunch of lines in it. And this is basically based on who I think would get along best. And the easiest way to move the liberals out of my area into another area and keep the conservatives where I am. And I think I also did Alaska and Hawaii red just because I would like to visit those places and to still be able to travel to them. So I wanted to claim them as mine, but we'll have a lot of work to do in Hawaii before that can happen. So that was kind of my thinking behind all of this. I'm thinking of efficiency. I'm thinking of us being able to get liberals on board. Like if we say, all right, you can have California and that whole area, but we want all the southern states and some of the places in the middle, I think that would be easiest. That's what I was going for.
I would take Alaska and Texas and border them off and just call it done. Michael, your map, if we have Michael's map.
So as part of the Republican platform in Texas was to have a referendum to have Texas declare its independence, which I think will actually happen within the next 10 years. I'm a proud Texan, so we're going to be our own country. The rest of the former America can do whatever they want. And of course, Alaska, being a freak state, can go back to Russia. But I do want to make two big news. The Republicans have now taken control of the House. And also Colorado, to Steve's point earlier, has been called for the Democratic Senate candidate.
Now, can you let Stu do his job? Stu's over there. He's
this
like
is new
pouting.
breaking news, though. I'm
Like,
sorry,
what
Stu,
the
step on your toes.
Heck,
He knows what Steve thinks, Stu thinks, I think, everybody thinks.
I'm sorry, I'm
You
giving
don't
you
need
facts.
any of
I know
us.
you don't like them.
You don't need any of us.
Okay. All right. Stu, can you give us an update, please?
Sure, I can. It's been interesting. There is one call for Colorado yet. We're not calling it quite yet, but that's not a good sign. I mean, that if Colorado gets called and that call holds, that's the end of the red tsunami, right? That's the end. That it dies there with Michael Bennett in Colorado. You could still we could still be optimistic about Washington. You can still look at some of these other states, New Hampshire. They're still in play. But if Colorado goes down, that brings you back to probably a 55-seat max. Then you're down Washington and Colorado. I would be surprised if those two split. We will see. But that would get you down to 54. And then you're dealing with New Hampshire, which is still early on, but doesn't look fantastic. I don't think this is lining up to the best expectations of Republicans right now. I think we all around here hoped that things would be this sort of red tsunami might be there, and it was one of the possibilities. But we don't even know really at this point who's going to control the Senate. I wouldn't confidently talk about 51 at this point. We don't know. It could go either way, I would say right now. Look, it's still early. There's still lots of votes to count. I don't think it's panic time. A lot of these races do look like they will turn the Republicans' way. But it is, you start the beginning with a wide sort of scope, right? That all these, you start with maybe 46 to 46 on either side, and you start narrowing that as the night goes on. I think you could take the big win possibilities for Republicans off. I think the big wins for the Democrats are also off the table, and we're starting to narrow into something in the middle. We'll see what it is.
All right, so let's go to Selena Zito. She is my favorite reporter out of all reporters. She's been monitoring the Fetterman-Oz race differently than the mainstream media. This woman does not fly from town to town. She actually drives. She's from Pennsylvania originally, and she actually drives. She stops in the small towns. She goes to the coffee shops. She listens and talks to people. She saw firsthand how blue-collar Americans reacted when they saw things like this during the debate.
No, we all have to make sure that everyone that works is able to, that's the most American bargain, that if you work full-time, you should be able to live in dignity as well, true. And I believe they haven't have any businesses you can't have businesses being subsidized by not paying individuals that just simply can't afford to pay their own way.
So Selena is here now. What is happening in your state, Selena?
Well, if you're looking for numbers, not much. What you're looking at right now currently is basically just the early votes, the mail-in.
It's coming right now.
Are were the early votes? They could not be counted until this evening, right?
Right. And Allegheny County, I actually moved out of Allegheny County. I live in a more rural suburb of the county now. But Allegheny County does a pretty efficient job. The executive that runs the county really has it down back. The numbers than they were in 2020 for turnout. Democrats were trying to use that as a benchmark to understand whether they were going to win tonight in Pennsylvania. I have my doubts that Democrats will win in Pennsylvania. Obviously, it can happen.
Selena, we're going to have to get a better line with you because I can't understand. Maybe it's just me, but I can't understand anything that you're saying. You're cutting in and out. So let's see if we can get the audio fixed and come back to Selena here in just a second. There's a couple of things. I mentioned earlier today that we were going to announce a new perk for being a BlazeTV subscriber, and we want to do that now. We have a live chat forum now where you can kind of hang out and talk about the things you want to talk about. Thoughts on the Great Reset, or being free from big censorship, big tech censorship, or how much you really loved Beto O'Rourke. It is your chance to be off the record, chat with us about anything that is happening on your mind. I'm going to be doing the first one. I'm going to be the host of our first off the record chat this Thursday. You don't want to miss at 2 p.m. Eastern. Start thinking about whatever it is that you want to talk about. We'll talk about it one-on-one. It'll happen with all of our hosts. Let's go quickly to Stu, who's got an update for us.
Yeah, let me go through a couple of the overall projections we're looking at right now. The House, to look at it from a big picture perspective, to me, is really the only way to look at it. You can look at individual races to get the tenor of maybe the climate of the race, but to kind of look at it overall is maybe the easier thing. Now, the New York Times is kind of famous for their little needle that they put up there, and the needle kind of gives you a sense as to what they believe has happened with the vote so far and what vote is sort of still outlying. As you mentioned, we've gone through a bunch of these races where you might see the Republican ahead and all of a sudden a big city comes in and it all of a sudden goes back the other way. They try to take that into account. What they're looking at right now is basically still a complete toss-up in the Senate. They have it right now, these races, Republican favored: Missouri, North Carolina, Ohio, and Wisconsin, which would get them, I believe, to 49 seats. 47 seats for the Democrats, where they are favored, would be Oregon, Colorado, Washington, New Hampshire. And then there's 4 seats in the middle, which would be the races, if this plays out, that would decide the entire Senate: Georgia, Nevada, Pennsylvania, Arizona. Right now, they're all really way too close to call. Republicans would need to win 2 of those. They also have, as far as the House goes, to kind of give you a big picture view, the Times has 213 Republicans right now, 195 Democrats, with 27 toss-ups in the middle there. Still early, and obviously they're projecting as much as they can. Obviously, we're all critical of the New York Times from time to time, but this is kind of based on their data department, which is not as terrible as the rest of the publication. So that's the way that looks right now. Again, checking over to the prediction markets, just to kind of give you a view as to where people are putting their money. Right now, Senate 57-43. Republicans, the House 87-13. House still looks pretty good. How high will that number get is really the question at this point.
All right, let me go to Alex Stein, who is at a GOP watch party. Primetime with Alex Stein. Welcome to the program, sir. Are you there?
Yeah, I'm here, Glenn. It's insane, guys. We're at the Young Republicans of Dallas County Party. We're going insane for the Ukraine. Guys, we're live with Glenn Beck. Who's going to win tonight? Let me hear you make some noise. Yeah, we're on the grind. Everybody has a good vibrational energy tonight. We will see how things play out. But I'm telling you, the energy is good on the Republican side. Now, after this, we're going to go to the Democratic Party at Gilley's tonight, where we hope the energy is going to be a lot more negative. But it's a wild party tonight here at the Young Republicans Party.
Well, I wonder if Beto will be there at the party. Thank you so much, Alex. By the way, we have another update, Primetime with Alex Stein. He is going to be doing a new show with us. Here you go. Look at it.
Why are you saying that I'm not a biological woman? Clearly, I look like a biological woman. Ukraine, and I go insane.
Arts and craft time for Antifa tonight.
Get on me! If you're not gonna wear a mask, then I'm not gonna wear a shirt. That's how this works.
How many masks are you wearing?
I think it's like 4, but I prefer 8.
See this? You see this? Ah! Let's go, baby!
Just a furry at a pride event at a church.
God bless you all. I love y'all. Peace.
Coming soon on BlazeTV. Do we still have Alex or not? No? Oh, so what is your show going to be, Alex?
Hands off! Get
What's this show going to be, Alex?
Well, Glenn, it's going to be a very experimental show. It's going to be something like you've never seen. It's going to be like Pee-wee's Playhouse with a conservative spin. And I'm telling you, we are going to go insane for the Ukraine every single day. And all the proceeds that I make from this career will go to Vladimir Zelensky in the fight that they are currently having with Russia. So
Okay,
it's going to be insane.
You know,
Be on the lookout.
Thank you very much, Alex. I will tell you that he is a different person off camera. He is so well thought out and spiritual and everything else. He gets on television, and I don't know where he gets.
You never know what he's going to say.
You never know.
I mean, he makes me laugh out loud at a moment's notice. I have no idea how he's going to finish the sentence, and I love it.
Let me introduce somebody to you. Pardon me, I have something in my ear. What'd you say? Okay, Delano Squires is here. He is Heritage Research Fellow, BlazeTV contributor, fearless with Jason Whitlock. Welcome to the program, sir.
Thank you for having me.
How do you see this working out with the gender nonsense, state to state, and if the Senate isn't taken by the Republicans?
Yeah, I mean, I think parents have really sent a strong message that they're not willing to tolerate this type of thing. And I think that there are some Republican leaders who get that. But Glenn, honestly, I think part of what we need is Republican leaders who take a different stance on these issues, sort of from the ground up. Too often what they do is say, you know, they'll start with parental rights. They'll start with girls' sports, and that's fine. But I think what they need to do is to stop the left in their tracks and say, look, sex is determined at the point of conception and remains unchanged through all of natural life.
Right.
So before we get to any other policy issues, let's get some grounding in truth. And then from there, honestly, I think the Republican ethos should be rescue mission, not relief aid. Our kids have been taken by people, many of them, either their minds or their bodies, and they've been held captive in places where they don't belong. And a smart Republican Congress would say there's an appetite to get those kids back to their parents and stop allowing other adults to intervene in parental and family affairs.
I remember the moral majority, and it was important at the time, but I don't think it was as important as it is right now. And I think that's what Jason was trying to get to.
Yeah.
Things have been elevated to, and you know, we used to think people were saying safe, legal, and rare.
Exactly.
They're now, as his point was, they're celebrating the abortions and are going crazy that they can't abort the child when they're alive.
Right.
Yeah.
And there is something to be said. If our churches don't wake up, if the good people that follow Judeo-Christian teachings don't stand up and stand together, it's not good.
I mean, Jason is right that things are worse than ever. That doesn't mean we haven't had significant wins, to your point, because we absolutely have. With the overturning of Roe v. Wade, we do see some politicians who get it, who know what time it is, who are fighting
people are
back.
waking up.
Yes, and so there is some of that, but man, we are more polarized than ever before. 10 years ago, we were not having a debate about what a man is, what a woman is,
Can a man have a
whether or
baby?
not a 12-year-old can have double mastectomies, whether or not it's innocent or sexual for a drag queen to be reading stories or twerking in front of a toddler. We weren't talking about.
Or anywhere close to a groomer.
Right.
Being, you know, we wouldn't even thought of that.
Yeah.
And 10 years ago, you would have said, well, I want to teach that pedophilia is maybe not so bad. There's no way 10 years ago, the average Democrat would have said, if I would have said it, they would not have sat in the same room. No. They would have gotten up and said, this man's insane. That's not what's going to happen. And now we're sitting here looking at it. while we have
Joe
good
Biden.
things happening.
Yeah.
Joe Biden, just look at his career alone. He was someone who supported the Hyde Amendment. He supported limits on abortion. Now he supports no limits on abortion.
Right.
He's overturned or wanted to overturn the Hyde Amendment. He just interviewed a guy the other day at the White House who was chronicling on TikTok his transition not to a woman. I mean, the guy's 30 years old, but to a girl.
Yeah, girl.
And so he platformed this literally 5 to 10 years ago. Democrats would have never done something like that.
No, and now the
So-
president is having serious conversations with him.
And not just the president. Like, I grew up in New York City, right? Eric Adams, who ran on a platform of law and order, of addressing crime in New York City, right? So he was able to get the nomination, you know, and push aside some of the progressives. Eric Adams issued a statement, an official statement this past June, basically saying that drag queens are an essential part of education in New York City.
Yes.
The largest school system in the country, right? So there's no reason for that. The people like my parents who came to this country seeking more opportunity, they didn't come here so that I could be read to in school by a man who thinks that's dressed up as a caricature of a woman.
I think this just misses a little bit, I'm not disagreeing with what you're saying, it misses a little bit broader point, which is, and I think conservatives are starting to realize this, if you get rid of the drag queens in the schools, the main curriculum is itself an enormously huge problem. So by focusing so much on this thing, just thinking about the regular teacher, just day to day, the things that they're teaching are really in many ways much more insidious than a man address once a month.
Yeah.
It is not the problem. It's a symptom.
Correct.
It's a whole thing, and I mean that's why I talked to Donald Trump tonight and said, abolish the Department of Ed. It's got to be returned to the people.
But to Allie's point, the last generation of Republicans have done everything they could to not attack the premise of the stuff they claim to be against, like Michael just articulated. They've done everything they could to not do that, all right? To use code words, code languages, and now what's happened is the evil has become so systemic, there is no way out except through. We are at the back door of the Alamo now. Why didn't they run out the back door and fight Santa Ana when they had better odds? There was no way out. So they had to stand and fight. That is where we are at right now culturally. And so I look at a state like Oklahoma. And so the polling in Oklahoma, they tried to run a bunch of polls showing Kevin Stitt, the Republican governor, was going to lose. There were national polls, local media polls showing he was going to lose. He's up by 16 points right now. And
Thank God.
And one of the things that's happening down ballot, let me give you a name. Remember this name, Ryan Walters. Ryan Walters was the Secretary of Education in Oklahoma, which is a cabinet post, actually. All right, huge fan of the Blaze. He just got elected over unprecedented spending by the unions against him. He just got elected superintendent of the state of Oklahoma. What did he run on? Sanity is on the ballot. Get CRT out of the schools. Get the filth and the rot gut out of the schools. The consultants tell him not to do that. Just, run a generic campaign. He ran head on actual cultural issues. The stuff that's going to go on down ballot, that's where the generational changeover is occurring. And you're watching now people who are younger and who have little kids. They're not trying to protect nest eggs or companies they own or retirements. They're just in the middle of running their race. They're not at the end.
But I will
They see what Michael has just talked about. We have to attack the root and premise of the evil. No more dancing around the edges of this anymore.
I will tell you that I know a lot of people, you just said, they're not protecting a nest egg. I know a lot of people that have a lot to protect and they're done. And they're starting to say things like, I don't care if I lose every dime, I lose my position. That is starting to happen.
Because that's what the 56 largely very wealthy men, as you know this history better than me, the largely very wealthy men that pledged their lives, fortune, and sacred honors when they signed that document, they knew it was going to be on their plantations that this was going to happen. It was going to be on their lands. It was going to be in their homes. It was their sons that were going to fight this.
And they knew that their kids would be killed, most likely, their families would be killed, and their their property and their houses burned down, and they still did it.
There's a huge silver lining as a result of COVID, and that's this. State after state after state has become funding the systems, the students, not the systems. School choice has become the norm in one state after another after another. The Democrats and their ideology are very much focused on Washington, having it be localized, having it be Washington-centric, excuse me. But gun rights and education are two issues where Republicans have gone state by state and made things move in the direction of freedom, and that bodes very well for what happens 20 years down the road.
So I was looking earlier today at some of the things that are on the state ballots, and you will see in state after state after state, they are starting to talk about the House and the Senate for the state can call itself back into session if needed. You're seeing these states put real COVID restrictions into place, and I'm kind of torn on tonight because I'd love to see a sweep, and it would be sweet because we have to get the national government from turning into despots.
Oh, I would trade Kerry Lake and 2 or 3 of these other governors winning over Republicans winning the House and Senate any day of the week, twice on Sunday.
Oh yeah, me too.
You prefer Kerry, you prefer the Congress?
Kerry.
Yeah,
I prefer,
Give me 3 or more governors in their own ways and own styles that have a DeSantis-like approach.
Correct.
And I'd take that over anything short of, in fact, given who the 60 Republican senators would be, I'd take it over 60 filibuster-proof Republicans.
Yeah, I would too, because this is a republic, and we cannot fix it until we restore the power to the people locally and in the
Make interposition great again.
Yeah.
That's what DeSantis has done. Yeah. He has militantly interposed his office between the tyranny of Washington and the people of Florida. And that's why they've counted all the votes in his state. It's barely 10 o'clock Eastern. That's why he's going to get nearly 60%. That's why he's wiped out Democrats in the state, and Republicans everywhere else are sweating this thing out. They ran on no agenda, no message, no narrative. This guy just pounded issues and accomplishments and got rewarded by the voters in the most expensive swing state in the union, while Republicans in some of these other places are sweating this out tonight.
I think you can see here why Steve is one of the more popular shows on the BlazeTV. It is 4 minutes after 10 o'clock Eastern time. We're running a little late. Let me get some calls here. The polls have closed in Idaho, Nevada, Oregon, and Utah. Stu's here to give us some updates on the governors.
Yeah, a few races to call for governor. One potential, been seen as a rising star in the Republican Party. Kristi Noem will hold on and get another term as governor of South Dakota. Another race that was very, very close that Steve Deace just mentioned just a moment ago. Kevin Stitt in Oklahoma will win as governor. That's a big one. It was, Steve is correct. The polls really were showing this to be a much tighter race. Hoffmeister was a former Republican that switched within about the last year or so to run as a Democrat. Does not seem like the people of Oklahoma were fooled by that. And Sarah Huckabee Sanders as well, which is an incredible role, right? She comes from the daughter of a governor to the press secretary for Donald Trump, and now going to be the governor of Arkansas. Kind of a big one, but that one particularly very expected.
All right, let me go to Sarah, who's following social media and what you are saying. Sarah, what's happening?
Yeah, I want to remind everyone as well to get their tweets in, get their questions and comments in using the hashtag BlazeMidterms. But as results pour in, the leftists on Twitter, as expected, are continuing to melt down. Let's go to MSNBC's tweet. They tweeted, "The GOP's dominance in Florida is all about gerrymandering," because I'm sure it has nothing to do with parental rights or the economy or anything like that. Jack Cocherella tweeted, "As a Floridian, I am heartbroken." South Carolina Democrat Senate candidate Crystal Matthews deleted her entire Twitter account after losing, and Cherry Jacobus tweeted, "There were persuadable voters, but after years of Dems exposing and talking about the multitude of Trump crimes and nothing happens, voters think there's no there there. If your response is a defense of Garland and dot the I's and cross the T's, you're the problem." Earlier this evening, the Young Turks actually had some technical difficulties getting their stream started due to a power outage in LA. I wonder if they're going to connect those dots here. Cenk Uygur tweeted, "We're off the air right now because the power went out in LA. as it does all the time. Eric Garcetti is the worst mayor of all time. He hasn't bothered to do his job in years. The Democrats running LA are the most incompetent people on the planet. You gotta wonder how they voted this go around. Anna Kasparian tweeted, "Haven't gone live yet due to a power outage at the studio in LA. This state, and especially this city, absolutely is a case study for corrupt Democratic failure." It has just been so fascinating.
All of the, you know, it's amazing to me, Sarah, because those last three words are, I mean, it's overkill. They're all synonyms for each other. Corrupt, Democrat, failure.
Yeah.
When you look at California, and honestly, that's what they have planned for the rest of the country. Strangely, I think California is the model for the rest of the country. I mean, look at Gavin Newsom. He is clearly setting himself up for a presidential campaign, which I would love, because you'd be able to point out, you want that? Because that's where they're taking us.
But he's telegenic and he's more articulate than Biden. So maybe it's kind of a Hobson's choice, but you can't underestimate him, because he would have the power of the media, he'd have the power of Hollywood and academia, and they would love to fund a young, telegenic, articulate governor.
No, I'm not going to be like the Democrats and pick their candidates for them or wish, because
I will. To me, I think what would benefit the country more than anything is if Gavin Newsom ran against Ron DeSantis for a year. They both aren't instantly dislikable. They both are professional politicians. They both are true believers in the visions of their respective sides. Gavin Newsom is literally out there selling the merits of living in a blue state. I mean, they're politicians. They're going to spin, they're going to gaslight to some extent. But both of these guys, this isn't angry, grumpy old men. One guy, you know, mocking him for his dementia, and the other guy mocking him for, you know, being unlikable. These two guys would have a year-long trial in front of the country for the next generation. Which direction do you want to go and force people to change?
Steve,
I'm
going to go back and
Please
I'm going to come off like the biggest Trump supporter in the world, but y'all forcing me there tonight. I don't think the people want politicians. And I think what Ron DeSantis is doing is great, but I don't think people want politicians. I know I don't. That's why I've never participated.
Okay, I don't understand. The guy's been president of the United States, brother, for 4 years. He's on here talking about handpicking candidates and controlling the infrastructure of the Republican Party.
May I just ask?
I thought Donald Trump was a great president, but he's a politician.
Hey, may we just please leave the future for the future
He started
tonight,
talking about Newsom and DeSantis and how great he would be.
But that is a left-right. We don't need to have the internal squabbles. This is what will kill us. But this is what will kill us, is if we tear each other apart in the primary.
It is already happening. Although I will say that Trump started it when he said Ron DeSanctimonious a couple days before Ron DeSantis' election. I don't want to get into talking about Trump that much either, but man, if that's one thing that just bothers me and a lot of people, he cares about Trump.
Well, we need to be able to come back together. We can duke it out in the primaries, but we've got to be, there's enough
the bigger picture.
We are in this together.
Let me say something on the Democratic side, because I know people have talked about Newsom and floated his name. There's just one problem for the party. If the Democrats elevated Gavin Newsom over Kamala Harris, regardless of what you think about her, they will immediately alienate their most loyal base. Black women vote for Democratic presidential candidates at basically a 92 to 95% clip. Do you think that they want 2 years of Kamala Harris was overstepped by a mediocre white man? Millions of black women know that feeling. You think they want that?
But that won't happen in the media. The media won't report that.
There is no way that Democrats would elevate Newsom over Kamala Harris and not have hell to pay in the media. Guaranteed.
That? Yes.
Guaranteed.
Yes, I know they fired Tiffany Cross, but they still got racial matter Al Joy Reid on the air.
Nice.
And so, and they got Al Sharpton still on the air, and they got Eli Mistel and their Jonathan Capehart. They got their whole little parade of
I completely agree.
Well, I'm glad
She's
that they
going to
have
be president
sleep
by
in
this time
bed.
next year anyway.
Well,
I think she will too.
She'll be president by this time.
If they have control of the Senate, for sure. Because I think that, I mean, we must have justice on, we can't have our president accepting money from China. We just can't have that. And if we don't solve that,
You're walking me back to my point. There was a billionaire who didn't need China's money that was president.
No, I know. I know.
Guys, let me just say, this is why I bring my Pelosi poo stress ball out here. Here's the problem with the Blaze. We don't have enough tension on set on election night. That's the issue that I have with us.
Yeah.
We're not passionate enough.
Yeah.
We're not passionate enough.
But this is the great thing, to me, this is the great thing about the Blaze, is the people who are here are passionate. I worked in the media, you've worked in the media forever in writing. These people, many times at the national level, are just dead inside. Yes. They'll say something and they don't really mean it. They'll play their role and then they'll all go out and have cocktails together. I'm not sure you two are going to do that tonight. I don't drink. You don't drink. I don't drink either.
Don't mess with demonic spirits. But
I'm going to drink enough for all three of you.
I want to be honest. I want to be honest and say that I want to clear this up because people were tweeting at me or whatever. Glenn didn't ask me to leave. I needed to step off, remind myself of who I was, a Christian. Needed to talk to Tyler and these guys because I was going places where, you know, there's consequences that I believe in.
I will never.
I got to be a Christian.
Yeah, I will never. I don't. It's amazing the credit I'm given for the Blaze, and the blame that I get for the Blaze. I don't ever tell anyone what to say, do I, Allie?
No. The YouTube comments say, does Glenn Beck allow you to say that? That's what people think. They do lay everything at your feet.
Yeah. There are people in the YouTube comments right now that think you're controlling the volume on everybody's microphones. I mean, you are the sound engineer.
He is. That actually is
happening
true.
right here.
It's amazing.
It's right here, baby.
That's actually Ricky Ratliff. Put that in the YouTube comments.
It is. It's an amazing thing. This network I started with the idea of being able to have people like you two sit side by side and in the end be able to walk away and go, hey brother, we got hot and whatever. But we have to have these conversations. We have to have them, and America deserves them. Yeah. We don't get anywhere if everyone's told what you can say and what you can't say.
Do not calm this panel down, Glenn. Let's keep this hot and infuriated. Look, let's go back to that point a little while ago. Right. Here's the issue that I have to what Michael was saying earlier. I wish that it was the will of the people when we said that Roe v. Wade was a win. It wasn't. That was the Supreme Court. All right, there's three things that are going to control the future of America. That's going to be the media, it's going to be the educational system, it's going to be the courts. Right now, we only, by a very thin thread, hold on to the courts. Right. We saw that in Roe v. Wade. The educational system, going back to what we were talking about a little while ago, is not an educational system at all. It's built on a Marxist foundation. It is a school system like when the Bolsheviks took over Russia in 1917 and pulled the kids out of the homes, put them into education camps so they'd make good communists. This is what we're doing, and we're surrendering our children. So for the last 2 years, what I've said is the folks on the left, they're doing everything they can to subvert the dominant paradigm. They want to say men can have babies. They want to say people can go out there in the streets and have mostly peaceful protests, and all that's going to be excused, swept under the rug. It's okay. Things like the educational system, which again I use loosely and in quotation marks in America, has to be burned to the ground.
I agree.
The curriculum is corrupt. And that is not a slight on teachers. God bless you.
No,
but you're being indoctrinated just as bad as everybody else by what you're being told through this curriculum to teach.
Now you've got me riled. I have a problem with teachers right now. I think we should start saying this more to ourselves. Teachers have always been revered. We all know teachers that were good and bad. But at this point, if you're a teacher and you're in the teachers union, I'm sorry.
Agreed. I agree with you there.
Sweetest person ever. But if you're paying your money, that money is being used to destroy our children.
Yeah.
You don't have to pay that money. The teachers' unions have to be the first to go.
And all you have to do is take it to the next level. So you have your elementary school, middle school, high school teachers. Then you take it up to the next level, the, quote, institutions of higher learning. Those folks know exactly what they're doing in their academic bubbles. They've never tested their wild-eyed theories in the real world. They've sat there, become tenured, pushed their papers around a desk, and push all these weird Marxist theories and then turn their automatons loose on the world. That's what we're dealing with. That's what you're seeing, Jason. We're all seeing, and if you had my map up there, if I was relevant here at the Blaze, you would have my map up on the screen, and I'll show you exactly what I mean by this. We are in the middle of a spiritual battle.
Yes, we are.
So if you were to see this map, I put places, I put Satan in certain states, and I put Jesus in certain states, and that's the way I see this. This is a vote, this is an election, every one of them is going to be exponentially, increasingly so in the days to come with every election. There's a battle between good and evil. I mean, look, the whole West Coast is Satan. Right? We've held on to Florida right there, except for, as you said, pedo world. Jesus is still reigning there. Through the Midwest, we still have the Lord. Up in New England, up in New York, up in Pennsylvania, which actually that Satan sort of looks like John Fetterman a little bit, if you look at him. This is what we're up against. And we're watching demons run full scale, wide open, unfettered through the streets of America, through our cultural systems, education system, and even our churches.
And one of the things I'll say is this: oftentimes conservatives talk about tyranny as it relates to the IRS and the confiscation of property. I think the stress test on the Second Amendment could very well end up being a federal government that tries to ban homeschooling.
Oh,
right?
Oh, yes.
Or agents of the state that say, hey, Mr. Johnson, no pun intended, your son identifies as a girl, and we were told by the school that you don't affirm that gender identity.
Right.
So now we're going to show up with CPS, and CPS always comes with the police, and we're going to forcibly remove that child.
Let me tell you, on next Wednesday's special that I'm doing on how to stand up to these tyrants, I have that case done to a father because his wife was a teacher, or no, I'm sorry, a doctor, and was in with all the psychiatrists and psychologists, and he lost his son. And his son is now a girl, and he contends, and we have the video to show you, that the kid doesn't want to be a girl.
Right.
And
is this the case in Texas?
Can I put my tinfoil hat on for a
Texas,
second?
yes.
I think everyone listening to this is going to agree with me. Having this whole focus on vaccinating kids who cannot really get this disease, or at least not have severe consequences for it, is setting the steps for giving kids puberty blockers and things like that without their parents' consent. And they will say to you with a straight face, not giving the kid puberty blocking is child abuse.
Yes, yes, I agree with
That's
that.
why, can we call my map up?
Yeah.
Okay. It's actually, I wasn't going to ask for it because I think I've hogged enough airtime, but since Chad brought this up, mine is actually a follow-up to yours.
No, not this map. The
Not that
Jesus.
map.
Okay, so this is...
this is the Jesus.
This is the map of the last presidential election, all right? And so here's what I propose. The areas that are in blue, they get what they wanted. We give them the full Romans 1 Monty. They can have it all. That's the wages of sin is death. What is a wage? Which you earn.
Correct.
Romans 1,
You
what
work
is
for it.
Romans 1? When God removes his restraining hand from a culture and says, you've become such an ingrate, I will no longer restrain the evil, but I will let you have the full measure of where you are. And so what I propose we do to those areas is nothing. No camps, new re-educations, no secession, nothing. They get the full measure of what they want with one condition. There will be no money flowing into those places with any form of subsidy at whatsoever. You live or die under the weight of your own moral choices. Texas is not going to subsidize Californication any longer.
I will tell you,
You want
though,
what you want, you may have what you want, but you will live
That's
the
not
way
what
and
they-
be forced to live the full measure of the way you claim you want to live.
I have said for 15 years, you want to break the nation up, you go ahead and live. I don't have a problem. If you want to live your way, that's fine. But they always push it on everybody else. You must be in misery with them.
That's what cults do.
And right.
They don't ever leave you alone.
And you are sitting here, you could put a wall. We could have Texas and you could have a 40-foot wall and no communication in or out. And I could guarantee you within 10 years, everything surrounding outside of that wall will be horrible. And those people will blame the people on the other side of the wall.
I have said it for years, Glenn. What we need to do is not only build a wall along the southern border, but when we hit the coast of California, build the wall north. Any city that sounds like it belongs in Mexico can go back to Mexico. Or just let the left keep it. So San Diego, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Oakland, I don't know, maybe that's Mexican Ebonics. I don't know what it is, but either way, let them have it back. Let them have Portland. Let them have Seattle. Either way. I don't want it. Build a wall around it.
Right.
It's your town. Keep it.
I think we have to make, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. We have to now draw a line. I used to always say, we can all get along. I honestly believed after 9/11 that we all basically believe the same things. We don't. There are people that absolutely hate this country, want it destroyed, and we have gotten to a point to where we're no longer debating tax issues. We're no longer debating things that are political. We are now debating things that are spiritual.
Correct.
And there is a bright line for me,
Right.
and I won't cross that line.
Yeah.
We're debating what a human being is, fundamental existential questions about what it means to be a human. These are not things that we were disagreeing about even 10 years ago.
Wait until-
And how do you bridge that outside of what we talked about today on my show, revival, spiritual revival, or something like what we're talking about, some kind of forcible divorce? I don't see how you reconcile.
Yeah, I mean, to your point, we're not debating, tax policy.
Right.
We're having arguments about definitions. And I know, Allie and I sort of speak in this language, like these are Genesis issues. What is a man? What is a woman? What is a life? What is a marriage, right? These are all issues that were settled for a period of time, but now they've come back up. And you can't even have policy discussions with people because they're using terms in completely different ways.
This is an important question that piggybacks that. You guys that are political experts, is there anything politicians can do to restrain social media? Because I think the reason why things have changed so quickly is because of social media.
You can break them up. The only thing I think
They've got to
you
be
could
broken
do
up
is
like
you got to break
Bob Bell
it up.
was.
Yeah, I mean,
who
it has
does that?
so
The
much
House, the
power
Senate,
now.
President, who?
Well, Ma Bell was broken up by a court order, if I recall, was it not, Glenn?
I think it was.
Okay, but you're dealing with massive monopolies. They have to be broken up. That's the only option.
How would you break up Twitter, though? Like, literally, what would that look like?
That's an answer I don't know the answer.
See, here's the problem. Too many conservatives didn't listen to the liberals who were right about one thing, the corporation.
Yes.
Being extraordinarily dangerous, but the founders didn't think it would happen. I never thought that corporations could become bigger than nation states. They are the power on the face of the earth, and we are at the verge of going into transhumanism.
Yes.
You can't define what a woman is. How about life? When you start to have AI and transhumanism, which we are maybe 3 to 5 years away, then the game completely changes.
Can I ask you something, Glenn? Yeah. You earlier used a term which I've been very much against and which conservatives have decreasingly used, which is you refer to the corporate press as the mainstream media. And when you call them mainstream, you kind of excuse their depravity and malfeasance. I don't think they're mainstream at all. And when you call them corporate press, it does tie into this earlier leftist accurate critique that these are entities far more interested in their own agenda than any sense of nationalism or patriotism, or even just basic decency.
Yeah, I don't think they have it.
What about making them public utilities?
Oh, no. The worst thing we can do is regulate. Does that ever work out for
conservatives? You want to fight Marxism by having the government run?
Yeah, that's...
The thing that you have to consider, however, is we are in a position now where the government is actually more accountable to you than the corporations are. You can't vote out the board of Twitter.
I know.
You can't vote out Mark Zuckerberg.
No,
at least, because let me put it to you this way: could you get the Texas state legislature to force Twitter and Facebook to protect your free speech if they were publicly regulated? I believe you could.
Yeah.
Could you do it nationwide? No. I think we need to stop looking at it nationwide.
We do.
You are looking at the possibility tonight that New York State is going to go through all the hell it's gone through the last few years.
And still vote.
And I think at that point, if you live there, you should leave.
Okay.
Pennsylvania, which gave us Kermit Gosnell, Dick Levine.
Right.
I mean, now they just called it for Josh Shapiro. Why are you living there? Why subsidize? These places are forsaken. You should leave and concentrate power where there's a chance for your citizenship to actually still matter.
Agree 100%. I want to come back to that point. First, I have to go to Stu, who's going to call some more races for us and give us an update.
Yeah, let's start in Colorado. This is the first, we broke up the races by leaners and likely at the beginning, and this is the first leaner race we have called, and it goes to go to the Democrats. Michael Bennett will win in Colorado. This is the first, as we kind of mentioned earlier, it's the first block of the red tsunami, if you will. Going to be tough to get up above 54, 55 seats here now. John Kennedy in Louisiana, however, will win as well for the Republicans there. A couple of governors as well, Wyoming and Nebraska both going to Republicans. I want to give you a couple of key race updates, though. And we've been talking about the splits between multiple races that are competitive in several states. Let me give you where we are right now. It's our first update really on Arizona. About half the vote, about 41% of the vote is in right now. Katie Hobbs leads by 11. And Mark Kelly leads by 15. So you see a split of about 4 points there. This does not mean that the Democrats are going to run away with this. This is not a...
Do you know where these...
This is going to come much, much closer than this. To be clear, I'm really looking at the splits at this point, about a 4-point split in that race, which is about where the polls seem to have had it, though there were some outlier polls for Lake far ahead of Masters, and those don't seem, at least at this point, to be coming in. Kemp is up by 8.4 points right now. Walker is up by 0.2. So this is a razor, about 80% of the vote in Georgia. Over to Pennsylvania. As Steve mentioned, some places are calling it for Shapiro for governor. He is up by 14 points in the calculated vote so far. Wow. Fetterman up by 4.5. So that's a 10-point split there, I think, gives some hope if you're Dr. Oz to potentially push this over the line, even if Mastriano cannot. And then in the Wisconsin race, you have both Democrats still leading, though very close. Barnes in the Senate up by 2. Evers in the governor's up by 5, or excuse me, by 7. So a 5-point split in Wisconsin. We didn't really see that all that often in the polls, but there is a little bit of a separation there where Johnson is performing better. This does not mean that all the Democrats are going to win. Again, this is early, but you're noticing that same split develop. And I guess there are still people, apparently, that are splitting tickets in this country.
I don't understand it. This is a serious question I would love for you guys to help me figure out. You see what's going on.
No, you don't.
You see what's happening in your own community.
You don't. This country spiritually is dead, or at the very least is dying. And no person, Glenn, can rise above their own worldview. There is the idea that we're going to be able to defend eternal values and cosmic things without appealing to or interjecting eternal and cosmic things no longer exist. Silent majority arguments based solely on reason. We're beyond reason. We're post-argument in America. Many of these Democrats ran for office refusing to show up for debates. We are post-argument. And if you vote the wrong way, you're on a list and maybe they send the FBI to your home. We're beyond all these things now. We are in a revival or bust territory. If we do not have politicians, and having Kenneth Copeland give the opening invocation at your rally the other day, ain't it, brother, all right? We need people who understand truly what time it is, because it was only by the firm reliance on Providence we founded this country in the first place, and it won't be without anything less than that you'll retain it.
Well, I will tell you that in my faith, we firmly believe this land is sacred and will not ever be allowed to be inhabited by an unrighteous people, and we will be washed off. And I was having dinner with somebody last night, and I said, I have great hope in the votes, but I don't have any idea how it's really going to go, because I can't guess America anymore. I don't know what's at her core anymore. And the thing that that bothers me the most is I have not heard serious, influential, and not paid preachers really say in America, we have got to beg for forgiveness. We've learned or are learning a very important lesson, and we've got to turn it around, and the only way to do it is with God. And until we are humbled as a people, have you noticed a humbling from anybody? Everybody just seems to get more and more angry and more, well, I'll do something. That's not the answer in America.
I think we're more detached from reality because of our smartphones, because of our laptops. We live on the internet, and we're not as connected to our communities. Take myself. I live in downtown Nashville, touristy area, very expensive. I'm unaware of how much, and I hear it sometimes from my neighbors, how much violence goes on my street.
Yeah.
Right in my.
And you don't know it.
I'm detached from it, and so I think many people are detached from the reality of what's going on in their community. The local press has broken down. It's underfunded, and it doesn't do as good of a job. We're not attending church, and so, ministers aren't getting out a message to the congregations the way they used to when families would come together and there was more church attendance.
But they also
more uninformed. We're detached from reality.
Right. There's two things to that. First of all, I think a lot of our churches are not engaged. A lot of them don't even have a biblical worldview, and so they're not engaged. But to your point about us being isolated, did anybody see the recent study that just came out that said 70% of Americans now spend the most amount of time with themselves?
Wow.
That is a huge issue.
And that's
we're a
consequence
dying
of COVID
country.
because part of the most insidious aspects of COVID are children not seeing smiling faces and not making those early kind of mental connections that all of us have to go through developmentally. And also the fact I've lost friends over COVID, not just simply because being alone you can't get out of the house, but people genuinely think that if you do not share their COVID perspective, you are comfortable with them and their family dying. And I don't know how you
Why won't you share my psychosis?
I don't know how you reclaim a relationship when someone sincerely thinks you don't care if they live or die. You're not going to be friends with that person again.
I would say that the isolation was not a product of COVID, but that we were so comfortable with isolation as a product of something that has been happening for a really long time. There was a book that was written over 20 years ago called Bowling Alone that talked about this phenomenon, that we that we are more isolated than ever before. He talked about the phenomenon of people not knowing our neighbors, which 50 years ago was just not a thing. You had to rely on your neighbors. Now we not only don't know our neighbors, but we hate our neighbors and we see them primarily as vectors of a virus. And so I would say that the loneliness that was exacerbated by COVID was already there, and we were so comfortable with it because of how our culture has just been
And that feeds into
decimated.
crime, because as Jane Jacobs wrote in her book about the life and death of great American cities, when you have neighbors who all know each other, who's that playing with the kids in the street? Who's that stranger?
Yeah.
You look out and that becomes a
true.
kind of decentralized security force that replaces in some ways the police, because everyone is suspicious. If someone's going to your apartment, wait, who's that guy? Who's that woman? And that, when that goes away, all sorts of other things that are the basis of middle civil society fall away with them.
We used to have, at least when I was growing up, I think a few of you might be able to relate to this, I got in trouble more often from a neighbor or even somebody I didn't know and didn't live on my street, but they would go, "You're the Beck kid, aren't you?" "Yeah, I know your father."
Yeah.
And he would not like to hear about this.
Yeah.
And you were kept in line, not by Karens, but by people who had the same values and cared.
Yeah, I can't imagine that in my
now most of the kids in the neighborhood don't have a dad. Or they'd be better, they'd be better off without one. I'll never forget something the late great Chuck Colson told me. I had a chance to interview him before he died, from Prison Fellowship, and he told me in an interview before he died, the number one commonality he saw with decades of prison ministry is that everybody that he met, regardless of socioeconomic status, racial status, etc., every guy that he ever met on death row or in a maximum security prison either didn't know who their dad was, or their dad was also in prison. Every single one. Every single one. This idea that we were just going to hand over the schools, the universities, pop culture. I know I hammer boomers a lot. I don't think I actually hammer them enough.
I agree.
I don't understand this boomer notion that you were just going to hand over to the other side every influential institution in the culture, and there, at some point there would not be a harvest. Uncle Bingo would not have to pay the check at some point. This check is being paid now.
We are right where Ronald Reagan predicted. I remember in, I don't know, 83 or 84, as a kid, he was talking about Social Security and our debt and everything else, and he said, look, right now, it's pretty easy to make these decisions. Yeah. But there is coming a time where every decision that you make will be horrible. The consequences then, your two choices will be, do we starve to death or do we just kind of starve to death? You know, we are in the place now where everything, as Jeremiah Wright said, the chickens are coming home to roost.
You know, I was just going to say, you know, look, I grew up, I'm 50 years old. I grew up so deep in the country. I got a cousin that got arrested for selling chicken salad sandwiches at a cockfight because she didn't have a food permit. That's country, right? Right. I had neighbors that beat my ass because I knew my parents didn't get mad because they knew those neighbors cared, right?
Yeah.
No one in Washington, D.C., nobody in the state houses, we don't feel like they care. They're there with delegated authority, supposedly to be representatives of we the people.
That was a lie we would buy into in the first place. They don't care. They don't care.
The reason why people so passionately defend Donald Trump is because we felt like he cared.
I agree.
He was a guy who spent billions of dollars, gave up a salary, did all of these things, sold his entities to do something he didn't have to do. And that's why people defend him so hard.
He said to me at one point, and this is his secret to success, honestly, that everybody dismisses, I think, on the left. He said to me at one point, he said, I just can't believe what's happening to the country. And I expected him to go on a, I had it, blah, blah, blah. He said, we were on the right track. We had it on the right track.
See, you're
hang on just a second. Okay. Economically. He said, but what I didn't expect him to say is, I cannot sit at home and watch the people who trusted me to fix it when we had it. I cannot live with myself that they have no one that will step up and actually defend them. He cares about those people.
And I'm going to agree with what Steve said earlier. A big part of this, and this is someone who Trump took on very well, is this National Review brand of conservatism. When your slogan is standing athwart history, yelling stop, meaning everyone is doing whatever malevolence that they want, and you're yelling stop, stop, stop. You can yell stop all you want. Some of us are interested in actually stopping them instead of just standing there yelling and having as your slogan an expression of political impotence.
Let's see, here's the thing on that. You can't just stop them. We have to, and I don't hear the Republicans come up with this. Who will define who we are and what we stand for,
the guy that got
and hold that up.
The guy that got 60% in Florida tonight.
I think so.
See, this is the thing, and
please don't go there again.
I have to, because you're making my point. And this is why you're making my point. I'll just say it.
Oh God.
You're asking Donald Trump to do something that, from a worldview standpoint, he's not equipped to do.
No.
And I believe he loves the country.
He does.
I mean, he talked to me for 2 years to try to get me to join his campaign. All right, the early part of his campaign, when he's losing all his ESPN deals and everything else, I talked to him during those periods. You don't do that stuff just because you're a con man grifter.
You don't.
There is a carnival barker, P.T. Barnum aspect to him for sure, that too often politically gets the better of him. But you also don't become a multi-billionaire and president of the United States because you're a moron, okay? So he's not a clown, and I sincerely believe that he cares. The problem is, we had Tucker Carlson in Iowa this summer, And we had him at an event at a private dinner. And we literally asked him, we were like, what changed? Where's the bow tie technocrat that you were on CNN? Right. How'd you become? Bill O'Reilly got on Fox promising to be a culture warrior and then became a technocrat. Tucker Carlson gets on Fox, was originally a technocrat and becomes a culture warrior. How did this happen? And you know what he said? I grew up as a political operative. And I knew a lot. My dad was a political operative. I was around Republicans and Democrats. We were little league teams together. I could see why they believed in things like Medicare. I didn't agree with it, but I didn't think these things were bad. We're doing things now that there's no political benefit to. And the only way to answer that is something is spiritually wrong with the country. Right. I don't believe Donald Trump has the worldview to that's why he keeps saying, I don't know what went wrong. DeSantis acts the way he does because he knows what went wrong and does something about it.
All right, last time we're talking about that, okay? We'll talk about that next week. Let's go to Stu, who can make some calls for us. Stu.
Well, one thing this is not going to be the best thing I could be saying right now. I would love to be telling you right now that Chad Prather has been elected governor of Texas. Yeah. Unfortunately, not this time. But we're going to say the second best thing, which is Beto O'Rourke lost.
Yes.
Thank God we do not live in a freaking state that is governed by Beto O'Rourke.
I don't think this idea scared enough Texans. Texas is experiencing a hostile takeover. They are doing everything they can to bring this state into the blue. And they will if Texans remain arrogant.
It's very possible, though I will say it's not going to be as close as the O'Rourke Cruz race was. That's not going to be a huge surprise. Also, Kim Reynolds wins easily in Iowa, as expected. I will tell you that there's a couple of interesting signals being put out there right now. We've been talking about the prediction markets for a while. About 15, 20 minutes ago, they turned negative for Republicans on the Senate for the first time. They were favored. They've been favored since the beginning and turned negative now. 66% chance for Democrats to win the Senate and control the Senate. According to prediction markets, they famously fluctuate wildly. Now, the New York Times measure that we talked about earlier does not see it the same way. They still see 51 senators as their best estimate right now for Republicans. They have 49 that are leaning this way, 48 for Democrats, and then 3 toss-ups in the middle, which are Georgia, Nevada, and Arizona, which are all basically, they project as razor thin margins, all less than 3 points, 2 of them less than 1 point. So this thing looks super close and can go well into the evening. That's why we're going to be going to the YouTube channel after this coverage is over, the Stu Does America YouTube channel for late night, early morning coverage, and we'll keep going to, I guess, at least midnight here on BlazeTV.
Okay, joining me now is a comedian, self-described libertarian two-pack, Dave Smith. While the biggest issues of the midterms have been things like the economy and protecting our kids, Dave takes it one step further. He can connect our crumbling culture to today's biggest foreign policy issues, like how close we are to a war in Russia. Welcome, Dave. How are you?
Thank you, Glenn. It's good to be with you guys. And yeah, I think there's a very clear connection. This is not my observation. This is the observation of the most brilliant founders of this country, that if we go around the world searching for monsters to destroy, we become the dictatoress of the world, but we lose our own soul.
Yes.
And I think that's what a lot of you guys are talking about on the panel today.
Yeah, I think that the global wars that we have fought started out as, I mean, if you remember right, I think the war in Afghanistan was first called Operation Crusade or something like that, because it felt righteous, etc., and because we were fighting Muslims, they thought, oh, we should change the name Crusade. But it started out as righteous indignation, but it has turned into something that is really, truly, remarkably evil, that has exposed what we as a country never thought we were doing, and that is really bad things to people all around the world.
Yeah, and isn't it interesting that I think a big split in the Republican Party today, and this goes all the way back to at least World War I, is kind of the difference. There are some Republicans who are criticizing Joe Biden for not being tough enough on Russia. And then there are other more America First Republicans who are criticizing him for even being involved in this to begin with. Right. And this goes all the way back through the conservative wing of the Republican Party, was arguing not to get involved in World War I, and then World War II, and then Vietnam, and it goes all the way through. And I think that generally speaking, the hawkish side has won for most of modern American history. And I think since Donald Trump was elected, that's changed a little bit. And there's more energy in the America First side, which is saying, like, what do we really get out of all of this? I would take it a step further and say, if you care about the culture in America, when has it degraded the most? What, during Vietnam? I mean, look at what we're talking about right now. Everything that's happening in American culture. Is it a coincidence that this follows 20 years of terror wars where we don't have one victory to show? All we have, all we really have is the conservative movement, the evangelical movement being completely discredited because they put all of their chips in on the war in Iraq, the war in Afghanistan, which brought us nothing but disaster. And now we're in the middle of a war 5,000 miles away from the east coast of the United States of America, on Russia's border, with the two countries with the biggest nuclear arsenal in the history of the world, staring each other down. For what? For whether the Donbass region is ruled by Kiev or Moscow? You explain to me how that's America first.
It's not. I had great hope, and if we hold the Senate, I have hope that the Senate and the House will grab the purse strings and stop this over there. I think this is absolutely corrupt. You have to be a moron to think we could send, $60 million or $60 billion over there and expect that there's no corruption. This is riddled with corruption, and it could very well quickly turn into World War III. And I don't know a single American who is saying, oh yeah, we should have boots on the ground there. We should be involved in that. We relate to the people of Ukraine as being decent people that just want to be left alone. But that's not what that story really is. That's just one component of the story. I'm not sure that, because it feels to me like, and I'd love to hear your thoughts on this, it feels to me like this administration wants a war, wants it with Russia.
Well, it certainly seems like what they want is to prolong the conflict and to bleed Russia dry. It seems like the attitude is that we have not been successful in defeating insurgencies, but we can be successful in supporting one. So we could maybe draw Russia into what we've been drawn into in Afghanistan and Iraq, in Syria, in Libya, in Somalia, in Pakistan, in Yemen.
Dave, do you think that's possible? I mean, when we were in Vietnam, everybody knew Russia was, working against us. We knew that, but they didn't make announcements all the time. This administration has done something I've never seen before, and that is, oh, we just send over this weapon system, this one's coming, they're gonna get more of this, and we're even on the ground now training. Countries used to deny those things. They're coming out and saying, no, that's what we're doing, which automatically puts us into a war stance.
Yeah, and Glenn, the biggest difference between all of the proxy wars against the Soviet Union, well, I mean, the big difference is this isn't the Soviet Union anymore.
Yeah.
But the big difference in this conflict is that this is on Russia's border. That makes this a whole different thing. Look, when the Soviet Union put nuclear missiles in Cuba, Jack Kennedy said, "I will nuke the world if you keep these here." And we all agree that he was right. Like, no one thinks that was not a reasonable line to say, we cannot have a knife at our throat. That is unacceptable. And right now, this war, however you feel about it, is on Russia's border. Now, I'm not saying that Russia is justified in invading.
Not at all.
They're certainly not. I don't think we were justified in invading Iraq or Afghanistan, maybe Afghanistan, but certainly not to have a regime change against the Taliban. But you know what, Glenn, as you know, about 90% of the things that are happening across the planet right now are not justified. That's not the question. The question is, What is the risk that we are incurring against our country, and for what benefit? And as you guys have all been talking about this whole night, as we're watching our country fall apart, why are we flirting with a nuclear conflict 5,000 miles across the globe when we can't even figure out our own problems?
Can I be really?
Let's spread liberty through America before we spread it through Eastern Europe.
So can I be really cynical here? You know, I've talked about for 20 years that these times were coming, and it looks very similar to what I laid out long ago. And the last thing on chalkboard that I wrote about these times coming was you're going to have an implosion of trust where no one will believe anything in the system at all. We won't know what is true and what is not, and we'll start looking at each other. Then you will start to have the banking go down, you'll have the economy go down, and you have all of these things. But what it takes to finally make that last turn and get America to forget what America was is a world war. And to me, it just seems a little too convenient that we're here, and the thing that they could grab all of the controls of speech, of the media, of anybody that is speaking out, they can grab those controls because we would be at war. Is that too cynical?
It certainly benefits a lot of powerful people to have an external enemy. And this has always been the truth for authoritarian regimes, right? This is how they benefit. And I got to say, I'll point this out, and some of your audience might disagree with me on this one, but Joe Biden's just as crazy for saying that we would militarily defend Taiwan if China invaded. Look, we're not in a position to defend Taiwan militarily. We're not in a position to defend Ukraine militarily. What we need to be is what we were always supposed to be, which is a city on a hill. We're supposed to set an example for the rest of the world by being a free society. And we don't go around the world enforcing freedom on other countries who maybe want it and maybe don't. And every time we try to do that, we lose our own soul.
I agree.
And this is what America is suffering through right now. And you're absolutely right, Glenn, that this is the perfect distraction for powerful people. And that what we need to focus on right now is holding our own society to account, our own leaders to account, to work on our freedom here. And then the best we can hope for is that other people will look at us and go, well, look how successful they're being. Look, we spread freedom throughout the world more effectively by being more prosperous than the rest of the world than we ever did through the point of a gun.
And it's not even prosperous. It is the way we ran our society. The crossing of the Delaware with George Washington, that painting was painted by a German for Germans right after the Communist Manifesto came out in the 1850s. That's not an American painting. The Statue of Liberty was built for French to be able to teach the ideas of America to their own people. Those were both for their own people. Once we started saying, oh no, we're going to bring this to you, we lost all credibility.
Yeah, and Glenn, who's the first one who said we're going to bring all of this to you? It was the worst president in American history, Woodrow Wilson, who gave us the income tax and the IRS, the original progressive era leader who said we're going to make the world safe for democracy. And when he said that, what was there? All throughout Europe, there were monarchs. And so he said, we're going to make the world safe for democracy. And that sounds better than monarchs. Yeah. And you know what followed Woodrow Wilson's World War I was the rise of Adolf Hitler, Lenin, and then Stalin. A whole lot worse than those monarchs that we had. We're in no position to remake the world. It's like, Glenn, it's like me or you trying to remake someone else's marriage before we make our own marriage good.
I know. And your marriage is on fire while you're doing it.
Right,
Nobody's going to listen to you because your own marriage is on fire. Dave, thank you so much. I appreciate it. Thanks for your input.
Thank you, and it warms my soul to see you all talking about national divorce. Michael Malice, you're leading the conversation.
Thank you very much, Dave. I appreciate it. I think that this is a good example of the Blaze. You're not hearing this conversation anywhere on national television tonight. And I think the talk about the spirituality, the talk about where we are and where we're headed, is the most important thing we can talk about, because nobody's going to save us. We have to save ourselves.
No, there's not a lot of people talking about repentance and turning towards God and humbling yourself and asking God to heal your land. They're definitely not talking about that on the screens in the room I see in front of me.
Yeah. Let me go to Stu, and let's get some more election updates. Stu.
Yeah, I got a couple more Senate seats to call. Chuck Grassley in Iowa will survive there. There was some polling that showed him close at one point, though, not a lot. It's not surprising he's going to win that one. Richard Blumenthal in Connecticut will also win, which is, of course, horrifying to all of us. Though that was like, maybe if you were looking for Senate seat 56, where you'd be looking.
Yeah.
So that one's down. Colorado is down, which might have been 55. Washington, obviously, is probably the next one if you're looking down at how many can you get to.
Do you have any more updates on Arizona?
I do, yes. Arizona, let me just get here to the right page. Arizona. So the split here is kind of interesting still. If you give me 1 second. Sorry, my computer, of course, is locking.
I will tell you, if Arizona doesn't go to Kerry Lake especially, but maybe Blake Masters, hopefully not, but if it goes poorly in Arizona, I think that's one state that could start things on fire, because they didn't stay open after they had hours, not in the liberal parts, but in the conservative parts, hours where none of their voting machines worked. I think this is extraordinarily, it's a tinderbox. It's a tinderbox.
One thing, Glenn, to remember about Arizona is I think a lot of people who remember the 2020 election, you remember Pennsylvania being this situation where, Donald Trump got out of this big lead and it sort of was chipped away. People kind of forget that it was the reverse situation in Arizona, where it looked like Trump was going to lose by a lot and then Trump kept chipping away. Right now, the leads are very big still for the Democrats in these races, where Hobbs is up by about 14 points.
That's just not possible.
It's not going to last, though. Again, we're still only about half the vote is in, and about let's see, it's about 18 points for Masters. So again, about a 4-point split between these two candidates. This will close dramatically as we go throughout the night, but it is it's making people very nervous right now. That might be why we're seeing so much movement in these prediction markets.
So when you see this, are you concerned at all about Arizona, Steve?
Yes. Yeah,
you are.
I am. Yeah.
Not just the Senate, but Kerry Lake as well?
I'm concerned about both of them. Yeah. I mean, the final margins won't be this big, but making them up will not be a simple task by any stretch.
So how do they?
I got to tell you, the whole thing doesn't add up. Since we've sat here and talked, I've looked at 3 sets of exit polls, and they just don't come close to matching the tepid, sluggish results that you're looking at. Okay, like Republicans getting 13% of the black vote, 40% of the Hispanic vote.
Okay? I have to tell you,
they just don't match with the results. So we must suck again at exit polling in America.
Are you talking about exit polling just in Arizona, or
no, nationally? But nationally, and so the tepid sluggishness just doesn't that you're seeing in the actual results does not match up in the exit polling. So, I mean, the exit polling industry must just, must be the same people that pulled the Oklahoma governor's race. They missed by 15 points.
If you as a person have not prayed in a while and begged for help, and I'm not talking about, hey, can you fix the polls for us? I mean, calm in this nation. I was having dinner with somebody last night, and they said, well, tomorrow's the big day. And I said, yeah, but you know what? History might look back and say, yesterday, was the big day, because it was the last day where there was some real reasonable chance of holding things together. Because if the left or right decides to go violent, it will change everything now.
Steve, I'm just curious from your perspective, which is going to motivate the Republican base more? A win tonight or a loss tonight?
Oh, a win, unquestionably.
Hold on, let me finish. Because if they were thinking there's going to be this wave, and this wave looks decreasing likely of happening even if they do take both houses of Congress, and they feel like victory has been stolen from them, I think in many ways that's really going to get them for 2 years to be champing at the bit to do something about it in the
I disagree. I disagree completely.
I think you're looking at, especially with Arizona.
This is the chomping at the bit.
Yeah.
Was tonight.
Yeah. And I think you will lose, whether it's true or not, you will lose a lot of faith in the system.
Agreed.
Because people will just say, my vote doesn't matter, especially in Arizona where she was 11 points ahead. You cannot be that wrong.
Like if Kari Lake is not, it loses by like 5 or more. I mean, Kari Lake is one of the best candidates for public office I have ever seen.
And Hobbs is bad.
On any level.
And Hobbs is bad.
On any level.
Take Kari Lake out of it. The other woman refused to debate.
I know.
She refused to engage. That sets a horrible precedent, and she can win without engagement.
Well, not only that, she is responsible for the vote. She's the Secretary of State.
I think you could only come out of this with a spiritual message, and people like us have to understand that in a state that's been ravaged by all these controversies as much as Arizona has, with maybe the best candidate I have ever seen for public office.
Me too.
If she can't even lose closely, then you have to consider that political activism in and of itself, we have to really reevaluate the amount of time we spend on that, the focus we put on that we are tilling soil and harvesting crops, man, that ain't even planted.
All right, okay? It's just after 11 o'clock Eastern time, 10 o'clock here in Dallas, Texas at the Mercury Studios. We go into look at what is happening online and what people are saying online. And we have a couple of polls that have closed. California and Washington are now closed. Here's Sara Gonzales with the latest. Hi, Sara.
Hello. Hello. Is this MSNBC? Am I in the right spot? Hello. Who am I here with?
Hi, Nancy. I didn't know that you were popping in today.
Who is this Glenn Beck?
Yes, it is. Yes, it
Who
is.
got me on this? Who got me on here with Glenn Beck? You insurrectionists! You insurrectionists! I can't believe they would do this.
So Nancy,
I can't believe it.
Nancy,
it's not a great night, Glenn.
Yeah, it's a great night.
No, I don't. My good friend Beto O'Rourke.
Yeah, he lost. You've lost the House. Wait.
Are we still on?
We're still on, Nancy. We're still on.
Yes. It's hard. It's
Yeah.
hard, Glenn.
Yeah,
it's
it is
very hard.
Yeah.
But, you know, I have Tito's, and I have Paul,
Right.
and I have hammers.
Yeah. Good.
That's all I'm saying.
All right. Thank you very much, Nancy Pelosi. Let me go.
Okay.
Let me. I gotta go. Here's Stu with the latest update.
A really good get.
I know.
That's a shame.
I know. She strangely looks like her when she does that with her eyebrows.
I honestly, that impersonation really creeps me out.
I know.
I gotta be honest.
It's
Like,
one of my
she's
favorites.
really good at that.
I know.
It makes me scared.
I know.
I don't like it. We do have, I think, an important call, Glenn. One I know you've a race you followed very, very closely. We talked to him on radio today. Eric Schmidt in Missouri.
Come on, man.
A nice win
Yes.
here for the Republicans, and he's going to be an important voice, I think, in the Senate going forward.
Big time. This guy is, have you guys really looked into him? This guy is fantastic. He takes on ESG. He takes on all of it. He is not afraid. He's been one of the best attorney generals, I think, in the country. And he's now going to be in the Senate, which I think is fabulous.
Another one, Glenn, this is on the governor's side for the Democrats. A guy who really wants to be president is rumoring himself into the 2024 conversation. J.B. Pritzker will hold on and win in Illinois. Very, very wealthy, really, really wants the gig. Not quite to the level of Gavin Newsom as far as just blatant outward desire trying to get the job before it's even available. But he wants the gig too. So it's a name you'll be hearing probably just because of his resources.
Wow. All right. Thank you, Stu. Keep us up to speed. Is anybody else feeling like we are, even with the results, that we are in like a 1968, 1970 kind of moment where the Republicans, the party itself, is changing because of the people.
Yes.
And we have just kind of started to flip everything upside down and right the ship in some ways. Still a fight.
I won't say, I don't know, time will tell if the ship will be righted.
Yes.
I think COVID slapped some sense into a lot of Republicans. It made them question their uncritical fealty to law enforcement, because it's easy to back the blue when it's, you know,
somewhere
black
else.
kids in East New York getting frisked by the police.
Yeah.
It's different when it's a soccer mom in Ohio getting tased for not wearing a mask.
Correct.
And Republicans have had to question their allegiance, slavish allegiance to corporations.
Yes.
Because the corporations now are the ones that fund everything that they characterize as wokeness. As I've said before, the revolution has been corporatized, and people realize that there's more than one way to live under tyranny, and it's not just the government. And in fact, the government will say, look, we'll just outsource it to the corporations.
That's all they've done.
And what are the Republicans going to do? They're in the pocket of big business. So I think what'll happen, some smart, wise Republicans will say, look, if we can find a few small, nonpartisan, let's say, unions, we can back them, because we want to be the party of the Amazon driver, not Jeff Bezos. Of the driver that says, I'm tired of having to sit through some stupid class from Robin DiAngelo that tells me either if I'm white that I'm an oppressor, or if I'm black that I need, I need, you know, I'm a black middle manager, but the white guy who works for me is powerful and I'm oppressed, right? So I think there's the tectonic plates are shifting. I'll give you another one. When I see conservative Christians, of whom I count myself, cheering on Muslim parents in Dearborn, Michigan for pushing back against the gender ideology in the schools, that is a major shift. And we're at a place now where those families actually are doing something that a lot of conservative Christian parents won't do, which is stand up to the school boards. And part of the reason they're doing it is because they haven't fully assimilated in this country. Because assimilation in this country means capitulation to the woke left.
Yes.
So again, the ground is moving. It's just a matter of,
and it's also
Hispanics.
It's
correct.
Opening with African Americans. I mean,
men particularly.
We
Black
can.
men,
we can see a completely different kind of party. And as I look to the future, I don't see the future for the Democrats unless it's socialist, totalitarian style stuff. There's nobody on their bench that is good.
They're going to be very emboldened tonight.
Oh, I know.
And you can't blame them. To speak to his point, in England, a lot of this kind of gender ideology has been pushed back far more successfully than the States, because they do have a very large Muslim population, especially compared to the United States. So it hasn't got the traction there that it has gotten here. But, speaking, you said earlier, do we look like we're in 1968? I don't think since the Civil War, to my knowledge, we have had a situation where if you have the House with 1 or 2 seats in one direction or the other, Senate 51-49, and a corpse in the White House. This is not any sort of governing majority. And I'm someone who's for gridlock, but there's a difference between gridlock and it's just going to be a complete nightmare. Because even if you have a 220 in the House, unless you have a parliamentarian like Nancy Pelosi, you're going to have 50 of this wing, 70 of this wing. No one's going to be able to come together. It's going to be a mess, to put it mildly.
Or we revisit House Bill 1359, which is the Texas bill here in Texas, and we start writing up articles of secession.
Amen,
and since
brother.
they've already ceded the Constitution from us, they've taken the Bill of Rights from us. How far do we go with this thing? I mean, at some point in time, is there a national divorce? Do we have that conversation? We're in a situation where we're not united anymore. I'm not united with California. I'm not united with New York. I'm not united with Northern Illinois. I'm not united with those people. We're not the United States anymore. Sad to say that. And again, I'm the one who wants the Constitution. I want the freedom. I want small government. I want liberty. I want we the people. I want inalienable rights. Those are being taken away from me. At what point in time do we have that conversation? As Texans specifically, we were a nation. We have it in the first 2 articles of our Constitution here in the state of Texas that says, look, we can evaluate this. And if we don't like what we're seeing, we can do some things about it. It's not a declaration of war. It's just saying, look, guys, we have certain principles. Obviously, we're split down the middle across the country. Those urban population centers. If you had that, and there's a lot of folks that want to go with us, that's guaranteed. If you had that happen, it will take literally 5 years before those areas that decided to take the progressive direction, that house of cards is going to fall. Or, on the flip side of everything I just said, we dig in our heels, we continue, and we wait until that house of cards falls. That spring breaks, the pendulum swings back the other way. But how long can we go and survive?
I don't think I think the progressives always seem to line up a win-win for them, lose-lose for us. And I don't think with what's coming in the future economically, what's coming in our society, the violence that I think could happen, and the possibility of war, you're not going to be able to pick it up, the house of cards. They've already built through ESG and everything else, they've built this infrastructure to fall into. So you're seeing the weaponization of the DOJ. You're seeing these things now start to be used as weapons. They're not going to let it fall apart.
And to Chad's point.
Hold on. We have... Oh, okay. So hang on just a sec. We have a hard appointment here with Turning Point. Okay. We're working on the crossover with them, I guess. They're doing their own thing tonight, but Charlie Kirk has been in Arizona, and they have really been working hard on this. You want to find out what's happening in Arizona? We will find out with Charlie Kirk from Turning Point. Even the Washington Post was forced to admit Turning Point spent the last election season campaigning to replace all of the old rhino Republicans with candidates who actually want to stop the left in their tracks. Turning Point's founder and president Charlie Kirk is going to be joining us here in just a minute. Let's pick up our conversation where we were.
To your point, Chad, you said you were split down the middle. I don't see how 70-30 is much better. You know what I mean? If there's 70% of a country that wants to have a certain ideology, which is their right, that 30% just to sit there and be like, well, I guess we're just in the minority. We're just going to have to live the way by their rules.
But it used to be we could do that because we had the Bill of Rights.
Right.
Once you get away from the Bill of Rights, I have nothing in common with you. I can't vote on bills or anything else because the fundamental principle that brought us together in the first place is gone. It's gone.
There's no foundation to stand on. There's no guiding principle. Right. You know, philosophically, I've heard the atheist debate the theist, and they say, you know, they use words that come from a moral worldview, right? You can't say the word good or moral unless you have a standard for good. The standard for good has to be God. Without God, you have no standard for good. So when we remove our standards, we fall. We don't have anything else. So if you take away the Constitution, you take away the Bill of Rights, you take away the Federalist Papers and the things that our founding fathers looked to as a vision and said, hey, this is an idea that if we remain good, we'll remain strong. But we're not good anymore. We're not. We're morally corrupt to our core.
Can I ask this question, Chad? I've been waiting to ask, and I really want to hear from Allie on this. Allie, if you're, are we under God's judgment? Is that not what we're seeing here? Or are we just not?
I think we are.
We're just rearranging decks on the Titanic.
We have been Galatians 6 reaping what we've sown for a long time now. You know, you can go all the way back. We've not been receiving what I believe we deserve. You can't abort 1 million souls a year and not come under a curse. You can't, and that's what we've done. You know, for the last 50 years, we've sacrificed on the altar of convenience our unborn children. You can't do that and not come under a curse. If this country was truly founded with the guiding principles by the direct providence of God's hand, and we've shunned that, we've turned our back on God and gotten so big with government.
We're not even shunning God. We are mocking.
Mocking God, and which is exactly, again, Galatians 6, when it says, be not deceived, God is not mocked. That in the original language says to thumb your nose at God. It is to ridicule God and his providence. Look at the tyrannies, the big government tyranny, the big tech tyranny, the judicial tyranny, the medical tyranny, the corporate tyranny, all of these things that we've seen. And yet we call ourselves free. We're not free at all.
Let me go to Stu, who has an update on Georgia.
Yeah, big gubernatorial race in Georgia. Brian Kemp going to be reelected. that means the end of the political career of Stacey Abrams.
Oh.
It ended too soon. She won 2 terms in a row here, and she still can't get the job.
Just for now. She'll be back, so will Beto. They'll find another place to lose and spend $100 million losing.
Yes. A few other calls here, Glenn, just to get them off the board. Gavin Newsom is going to win in California. No surprise there. California Senate seat as well, going to the Democrats, and Mike Crapo in Idaho will win as well and go back to the Senate. By the way, that gives us right now 44 seats for Republicans and 43 seats for Democrats as of right now. Looking, just kind of give you a perspective of where we stand here. I have my predictions from earlier, looking at them right now. We've wiped out all the now likely Republican seats. All have gone the way we expected. So far, nothing has gone out of the ordinary. Nothing that we didn't expect has happened yet. We've only crossed off, though, a few of these leaner races. They're all relatively close. The first 2 on the Republican side for governor we have done, as well as only really 1 on the Democratic side, Colorado, for the Senate. So there's still a ton to go here. One interesting part here, to give you a little bit more on these predictions from the New York Times, and I hate to go to the New York Times when I'm looking for good news, but where they're looking right now, they show a pretty interesting picture where you have a situation that if you take the races that the Republicans are favored in right now, you get to 50 seats. Now, this is including Wisconsin, Iowa, North Carolina. Some of these we've already called, Ohio and Utah. Ohio looks pretty good. Utah just starting the vote of the count. Mike Lee is leading big, but it's still very early there, which leaves you with needing to get one of these 3, Arizona, Nevada, and Arizona. The New York Times projections, looking at the vote, has Georgia having Herschel Walker up by 1.2 points. That would be number 51 in the Senate. Nevada is basically almost a precise toss-up at a half a point difference.
Did you just say that Walker is up 1.2?
That is their projection when they look at the remaining vote. And again, Kemp is up by 9 right now. Herschel Walker is up by 1 right now. So an 8-point split between those 2 candidates.
That's good.
We'll see where that winds up. If they can get Walker, and Nevada is right there as well for the taking, that would get you to 52.
That's
the 53rd
great.
would be Arizona. Right now, the New York Times projects the Democrat to win there by 2.6 points. The reason why I think that's important, though, is the split between Masters and Lake has been about 4 points all night. If that were to hold and their projection were correct for the Senate, and the 4-point lead for Lake over the performance of Masters were to hold, then Lake would be the slight favorite to be governor in Arizona. We'll see how this plays out. The New York Times is far from perfect.
How do you explain poll after poll after poll being 8 points plus for Kari Lake?
I don't think that's actually, there was an 11-point poll, you are right, for Lake. She was lead, but most of the polls had the race a lot closer than that. Many of these polls showed her up by 3 or 4, and that would kind of put you in the realm of, again, these polls are not going to be perfect. They don't tell you the specific calorie count of your meal. They tell you what's for dinner. They give you a generalized picture of what you might see on election night, and many times they miss by 3. A normal polling error is 3 or 4 or 5 points sometimes. So it wouldn't be shocking that these races are close and they flip sides as far as the winner. And that's what's tough with polls, because all we care about is who wins, right? The margin isn't really all that important to us. The polls look at that a little bit differently. But I mean, that is if you want to look for some optimism in Arizona for Lake, you can look there from, of all places, the New York Times.
So speaking of New York, tell me about what's happening with Zeldin.
Yes. Now, New York is very, very, very slow to count their vote. Right now, they've got about 65% in, but it will trickle in until the end of time. Let me see if I can get over to that race, as I've not looked at it in a while. Give me one moment here.
I mean, I find it interesting that we're calling governors in Illinois and not yet in New York.
There's a mix of people who have actually already called this race. 54% of the vote is in, according to NBC News, and that they have called it for Kathy Hochul already at 59.6 to 40.3. Now, look, we all remember some of these races that get called and then get reversed or are very close, and we complain about them. these guys get these things right most of the time when they make these calls. Typically, we all remember 2000, right, where they were reversing states back and forth, and Florida was. But
and it was
time,
NBC that did it.
Yeah, NBC did do it. So I mean, look, they may be early on this. We may see this tighten up. But again, remember, this is New York. I think there's some there's a lesson here to be sort of, and I think Steve Deace mentioned this earlier. If the other side becomes aware of what you're doing, at times in these states they can wake up, and I think there's an argument to be made that Lee Zeldin came on the scene. These polls came out a little bit too early before the vote, and a lot of Democratic voters woke up and said, "Holy crap! I got to make sure I get to the polls tonight." We'll see how this ends up. We have not called that race yet, but it does look like Hochul has the lead.
How about what are you hearing about Michigan and the governor's race in Michigan? Either one of you.
What I've seen is it's been stalled at like 30% reporting for like an hour. I don't know.
What's going on in Pennsylvania? Is it the stroke victim or is it the surgeon?
It's the stroke victim.
Who's leading?
But it's only down to like 44,000 votes.
Is it neck and neck? Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm already that guy tonight when this topic is concerned. So why not quadruple down?
Why not? You're wearing a bloody shirt.
Why not? So I'll be that guy that no one else wants to bring it up because they don't want to probably alienate any more of their audience than I already have. How much of this sluggishness do we want to suggest is because Trump spent the final weekend of this campaign making it about himself, letting them make it about him, and scaring their base? He's coming back. I mean, I don't know what you guys saw in Iowa. I saw commercials on every college football game over the weekend. Trump has announced he's running again, his plan to steal the 2024 election. Now, when you watch the commercial, his plan to steal the election was to win it.
Right.
Okay?
Right.
But how much of, is he going to announce on election night? Is he going to announce the night before? How much does that swing just even 2 or 3 points of their base that was dormant and maybe wasn't going to show up that decides tonight? And that's why you're looking at some of these sluggish results. No one else wants to ask that question.
I don't know, though. I mean, I tend to agree with you about Trump in general. I feel like all the people, if you hate Trump that much, I don't think your hate really dissipated. Like, I think you're one of the people whose brains has, just been broken, and you're already mobilized to go out to vote because you thought that Trump was going to steal it somehow anyway. Fair. So I don't really think those people got more crazy because they've already reached the level of crazy that you just can't go past.
Delano, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, other than some of the jabs at Governor DeSantis, I mean, Trump has been fairly quiet. I don't, to Allie's point, I think if people hate him, which Democrats do, and I mean, I think they try to tie every Republican to him, they'll say this is a Trump appointed or a hand-picked candidate.
Right.
I mean, so I think that part of it is there. Again, as we look forward, that's a different conversation. But I'd be surprised if that was part of what is
Allie, there's a difference between I hate Trump, he's the worst, literally Hitler, all that, but I could do that from the comfort of my home, right? I could have that my Facebook identity, have that be my Twitter identity. There's a difference between hating him and just being lazy about it and hating him and getting in your car and waiting in line. So there's got to be some people who, when they saw him on TV, were like, wait a minute, I can't afford to just sit home.
The Democrats are going to overperform no matter how this turns out. The Democrats, even if Carrie Lake wins, she's not going to win by what her own polling margin was. The Democrats are going to overperform their own polling publicly. We have to come up with an explanation for that.
Yeah.
There has to be a rationale for it.
That's true.
They're going to overperform. Let me repeat that. The Democrats tonight will overperform their own media polling. We must acknowledge that fact and then figure out why. How is that possible that they're overcoming their own media polling? This is nowhere near Republican +5 or 6 on the generic ballot. Which is 1994 stuff, and that's what every mainstream media poll essentially had in the last week.
And it's especially compared to last year when the Republicans very much overperformed. So that was kind of a preview, just as 1993 when you had Christie Whitman in Jersey, Giuliani in New York, and Todd in Virginia, I believe, or George Allen, excuse me. So they had the trifecta, and that set up 1994 perfectly. Last year, Youngkin, But New Jersey, which was within a hair that no one saw coming, you thought, all right, this is going to lead the way with an unpopular president, inflation, so on and so forth. This is going to be a Republican year.
I'm glad you brought up Youngkin. So what did Youngkin do? Youngkin held the rural MAGA base of Trump that is new to, kind of has an off and on relationship with the Republican Party, has supported Obama in the past. He held that base and brought the white suburban base in and reversed that state by 10 points in 1 year. And he did that when a lot of the issues that we've spent 2 hours tonight talking about were about right here on the mountain. When they're really about right here, you know, the old Price is Right, you know, okay, they're like this far up the hill now, all right? And so one of the things Youngkin did, and again, I'll just go ahead and do it because everybody over there hates me already. One of the things Youngkin did is he forbid Trump from coming into a state, forbid it. Wouldn't allow it. And he had Jeff Rowe, who wants a job with Trump, and because everybody else does, running his campaign, and Rowe was even like, no, we can win this without you lighting a fire with all those DC people that came to move here, Obama voters, who are also pissed off about what's going on in the schools.
Stu,
you have to come up with some explanation for how they're overperforming their own polls.
Or it could be fortifying. Isn't that our word tonight?
It very well could be fortifying.
I mean, look at what's going on in Arizona right now. Look at what's going on in Arizona right now. They don't let the polls stay open. We know what happened in Maricopa County. We know what happened. The fact that Kari Lake is losing this election is insane. We know.
But we don't know that.
We don't know that. But our assumption right now from what we're getting, our prognostication is very limited.
No, Stu, correct if we're wrong. You're saying that you believe Kari Lake will win, just not by huge margins. Can we get his microphone on, please?
Hello.
Yeah, there you go.
I would not go that far. I would just say that it's a close election. I think this is going to wind up being close. Like, if we project, right, we're doing a lot of projections. We're putting projections on top of projections.
Right.
Will this margin stay the same? Will the New York Times be right that Masters loses by 2.6 points? If both of those things were to happen, she'd be the slight favorite. Right now, I mean, it's a toss-up. I would not put either the Senate or
this is the only one that really disturbs me is Arizona. I mean, Pennsylvania, it's lost. If that, I gave up on Pennsylvania when they were looking at the debate, and those numbers didn't change. When you can debate like that, and you don't go down 10 points, there's something seriously wrong with the people. So I'm not worried about that. I'm not worried really that somebody's gonna fortify the elections really anywhere. Not to say they didn't try, not to say that there wasn't some fortification going on, but the only one that bothers me, as Steve said, she is the best candidate I have ever seen. She is electric.
No, I think so too. I really like her, but I could see how she would be off-putting to a lot of voters. She is really intense. I like the intensity. I think the intensity is good. But in a place like Arizona, which maybe isn't as deeply conservative as we want it to be, it was just a little too much. I don't know. I'm just wondering if maybe
How do you
that
say
was it.
that? How do you say that and not say that about Rick or Ron DeSantis? How do you not? I mean, is it just a female thing? Are you only saying that because?
I don't think it's the same thing. I mean, she said some things from the podium that are crass, even like sexual innuendos that to me is off-putting, but I would still vote for her.
Right.
But to some people, I don't know. It's just a little bit too much. Whereas I think that DeSantis plays it really evenly and really well.
Yeah, and another big thing is that the DeSantis that we see now is the man who's governed for 4 years. He was a different person 4 years ago.
And was in Congress.
Correct.
And she doesn't have that.
Yeah. Correct. So I mean, I think it's a little bit different. And one of the things, and this is the beauty of our system, is that it doesn't really matter how many celebrities Stacey Abrams gets to campaign for her, because ultimately the people decide. The flip side of that is also true. It doesn't matter how many conservatives who don't live in Arizona cheer on Kari Lake, because ultimately the people will decide. And if her conduct, her policies are off-putting to them, then they may send a message. And again, it's early, but to Steve's point, I do think she's, like, as a particularly on the retail political side, she's one of the best that I've ever seen. Messaging is crisp.
It goes to your point.
Yeah.
She's not a politician.
She's not a politician, but you know, I'm gonna get myself in trouble here. She's not a man, and male leadership has failed in America. But it's a failure in America, and we'll go all the way back to we're mutilating kids, we're sexualizing kids, and nobody's dropping. Men have failed, and Ron DeSantis is the only guy that's actually out there that's kind of been a man and done some leadership, and so people are attracted to that. People are attracted to strong male leadership. The Bible actually commands men to lead, and we have failed. Most of us are cowards, and I'm dropping myself in that. I'm dropping all of us into that. We have failed, and I believe we're under God's judgment. And if so, this is what's the result of our failure. We're going to continue to go down this path. Steve is blaming Trump. I'm wondering why couldn't we talk about overconfidence, perhaps, as an issue? That we've had this narrative going for months. There's going to be this red wave. Doesn't that send a message to people?
I will tell you that the worst thing we can do, I believe, is to look for easy answers like it was fortified. If it was, we should pursue that. But to do what the Democrats always do and blame it on something that is never the problem is a huge mistake.
That's why I asked the question that I asked, because I think we need to ask questions, and the answer, frankly, could just be as simple as we were more fired up.
Right.
We were more intense. Those of us who know what time it is knew what time it was even more. And the rest of the country largely, and I think this is what I'm disappointed by. I think in the end, Republicans are still going to flip the Senate. They're still going to flip the House. They'll still have a strong majority of governorships. But this was I don't want to know. I don't know what you guys think. I said this on my show today. If this isn't the galvanizing moment that gets the next layer of Americans to wake up and understand what is at stake, I don't want to know, guys. Like, do you want to know what must happen next? I hope I don't have to know that. And I think what you're learning tonight is, if in a typical off-election year, this would be a satisfactory result. We're not in a typical off-election year.
But I really
it's clear that the rest of this country is largely divorced or endorsed what we are doing as a society.
Okay, so I agree with you, and I agree that this is an important moment, and it scares the hell out of me that so many people will just follow this right off the cliff. However, let's remember, we are still looking at a real possibility of 51 or 52. We would control the Senate. That is
two of them are named Mitt Romney and
I know.
I know.
Murkowski.
Well,
Murkowski. I haven't even checked on
Oz
Alaska
is
because at the time.
Glenn, can I speak to your point earlier?
Real quick.
You're saying that Lake's a great candidate. A great candidate's the one who gets elected, right? So that's like saying real Carrie Lakeism hasn't been tried. Just because you might find her very appealing, and I can see why you would, if you're not connecting with the voters, like Barry Goldwater from Arizona, who I adore, but he got blown out by Lyndon Johnson 2-1 in the presidential.
Right. Let me go to Stu, who's got some updates for us on governors.
Got a little bit of a good news and bad news here for you. Let me start with the bad news first. I've been looking at it here. I just don't see a path for Lee Zeldin to be able to win this one in New York. We're going to call it for Kathy Hochul, which sucks, frankly.
But you know what? It was one of those things that we never expected. That was like Christmas. If that would have happened, that would have been like Santa came.
Yeah, and we've kind of seen the hopes, the best hopes and dreams here kind of fade away. Kathy Hochul was probably one of the farthest reaches in that world, so she will hold on inexplicably as governor of New York. But one that the Republicans absolutely had to have on the Senate side. This is a race that looked very close for a while, and it was a must-win for Republicans to get the Senate. J.D. Vance in Ohio will win. That's a big
That
one.
is great.
Yeah, that is a big one over Tim Ryan. And
Wow,
and
look
he's
at
going to
Tim. Why would
outperform-
he take his picture like that? That doesn't make him look good.
And Vance is going to outperform his polling too here, Glenn. It looks like about an 8 or 9 point win, which is pretty solid. He has had some polling in that area, but generally speaking, it had been shown to be a closer race. Democrats had high hopes for this. They had Tim Ryan out there lying and saying he was a moderate over and over and over again. Didn't work on the people of Ohio.
So tell me where we are in the Senate now. What are the numbers in the Senate?
Sure. So that's going to get us to 45 Republicans, 43 Democrats. There's a few races left that we expect to come through. I assume, Glenn, you do. You haven't even asked. I can't believe this. I assume you want a Utah Mike Lee update. Do you not?
I do, but do we have one?
We have one.
Last one I heard was like 30%. I don't really care about 30%.
Well, only 21% of the vote is in right now, but Mike Lee leads 58-38, a 20-point lead currently. We will. That has not
Where
been called.
Where is that? If it's in Salt Lake, that's amazing. If you haven't counted anything in Salt Lake yet, because Salt Lake has become crazy. I mean, you're lucky to have the meanest of men not be a trans man there. I mean, it's gone crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I think
What'd
Lee
you say?
is going to win.
It is a Mormon San Francisco. The thing is about Salt Lake that people need to understand, Utah is extraordinarily conservative, but they only have 32% of the land mass can actually be lived on. So you're getting these cities, and Salt Lake, because it was built originally by the church and everything else, your opposition goes way beyond normal opposition. So Salt Lake is a really different city.
It's an untold
Very
story
different.
of politics.
Yeah. So you have him 20 points ahead.
20 points ahead right now. There's, obviously lots of vote to count, but I think this is sort of the reverse, maybe, in some ways, of the Hochul race, where like maybe you could catch people by surprise with Evan McMullen. He's an independent. Oh, what is he going to do? Maybe he won't. But who knows who he's going to caucus with? And we all had to play that game. Eventually, people in Utah, I think, woke up. I do expect Mike to win this race. Just the margin's important, though. I think if this margin, let's just say it shrinks and it gets to 7 or 8 points. Let's just say, I don't think that's going to happen, by the way. But if it were to happen, the Democrats would see this as a viable strategy going forward. This was a real attempt to try to change the way this works, putting in someone who's obviously basically just a Democrat at this point, would vote with Chuck Schumer, who he would owe his entire political career to. Try to put someone like that in a bright red state and fool the voters into thinking he's actually just a moderate in the middle and has no affiliation. It doesn't look like it's going to work here, but if that lead were to shrink, it would be something that they will try in other states. And it may be enough, just seeing the attention this race got, that this may be something they'll roll out in an Alabama or an Arkansas in the future, thinking they can steal one. Right. It may work in a blue-leaning year. In this year, it's not going to.
I will tell you the significance of Mike having 20 points ahead, even if it's 10 points ahead, is significant for this reason. Even the cornerstone media outlets of the church were preaching that Mike Lee was an extremist. And for the people to disconnect themselves from that propaganda, if people don't understand what's happening in Utah. They are doing everything they can to turn that thing blue.
And that was the one state where Clinton came in third in 1992. That's how Republican.
Oh no, this is which is it that calls themselves the Constitution state? Is that Connecticut? This is the Constitution state.
Delaware is, because it was the first one ratified.
Was it Delaware?
Connecticut's the nutmeg.
For this to, this is meaningful in many, many ways. Many ways.
Wow.
Okay.
Can we ask you about Pennsylvania and Georgia? Because those have been neck and neck.
Pennsylvania and Georgia.
let's give you our current count here. In Georgia, Herschel Walker is up by 0.6 points.
Oh, wow.
Oh, my goodness.
It's going to be a runoff, probably.
Yeah, that's a good point. That's something we haven't really talked about. But I think he'd have a good chance. But it could be the entire Senate on the line. Can you imagine?
Wow.
You will never.
It was
see...
last time.
Yeah, and they lost both.
I know. Now that was a weird time. I mean,
Why do we like the runoff?
I don't mind the runoff.
No, why do we think he would win the runoff?
Just a second chance, second bite of the apple. If it's not clear, I mean.
I think it's 50-50 because, I mean, if it's the seat that gives control of the Senate one way or another, both sides will invest so heavily. You will not see another Burger King ad in Georgia until this race happens. They will be all political ads.
The only problem with that is Donald Trump will be running. And Donald Trump can do the same thing that he did last time in Georgia.
So since you brought that up, as you guys were talking, there's a data trend line that is concurrent through this election. You guys know the name Laura, I'm going to use one race as an example. Lauren Boebert. Everybody, we all know who she is, right?
Yeah.
Hottie of the House. Okay.
Hottie of the House.
She won her race by 6 points to get elected in 2020. She's down by more than 3 points right now, with over 70% of the vote counted in her district.
Wow.
Here is the trend line you're seeing everywhere. In the places, Trump's candidates, in the places where he is personally popular, Ohio. You and I, Michael, talked earlier how, when we were growing up, Ohio, Virginia, and Florida were the big swing votes, places that decided the presidential election. Trump took Ohio from a swing vote to a lean red, solidly red state, okay? J.D. Vance has capitalized on that. He's going to win that state by about what Trump wanted in 2020, 9 or 10 points probably, all right? But when you're branded as Trump and you go to the places where he is not popular, you're losing tonight. You're getting your ass kicked. You asked me about the rural person in Nashville. The rural person in Nashville is voting for anybody with an R after their name, even though they would prefer Donald Trump, as would I, to the vast majority of people with an R after their name. The problem is the rural person in Nashville isn't going to determine a national election. Districts like Colorado 3, where Lauren Boebert is the representative, will. And so if you're going to the places where Trump lost ground and was not popular, you guys can all yell at me, email me. You know from past history that will have no effect on me telling you the truth. The data is the data. I don't care how many damn clicks it costs me, and it's too late to frickin' care anyway, because I'm pissed. All right? The data is the data. If you go places where Trump is not popular and you're branded as him, you're getting your ass kicked tonight. You are underperforming, whether that's Carrie Lake in Arizona, Lauren Boebert in her own congressional seat. This is going on everywhere across the country. We can't ignore it.
Michael, can I just ask? Is it a nice question?
Yes.
Is it a nice response? Because you're pissy right now.
Can you at least concede that Rosa DeLauro is the second hottie in the House?
Nice.
Is she still around?
Oh, yeah, she's the head of the banking committee.
Oh my gosh.
The Ways and Means Committee, one of them.
Oh my gosh, that is incredible. Okay, Stu, can you tell me, do you have anything on Cassie Garcia or Mayra Flores?
It's a good question. I have not checked it in a while. But let me
I saw Mayra Flores was losing last I saw.
Wow. Really?
Yeah. Garcia, with 72% of the vote in, is trailing 56-44 to Henry Cuellar. That was the harder race.
That was a really hard race.
Yes. Going over to, let me just find Mayra here. Hold on. Yeah, it's going to take a
So what are the Mitch McConnells going to take from this? What are the rhinos?
Well, they're cockroaches who will survive. They're the biggest problem.
Yes.
Because whether you think Trump is the salvation of the Republican Party, you think he's the ruination of it, you're kind of like me, which is I don't care if it's a pansexual vegan lizard person. Are they actually effective with what I believe, regardless of what their name, and can they win? All right? Regardless of which of those camps you're in, if you're Mitch McConnell, you're ecstatic tonight because there is no narrative to justify toppling you. There is no momentum. There is no narrative to justify toppling you. And you may not sit in a Senate where you have Blake Masters and other people that will vote against you being leader. You wield a ton of power. And now who will stand up with 51 or 52 Republican senators?
Especially with McConnell is very known for being vindictive.
Yeah.
So if I'm jumping into the Senate in January, I have no credentials behind me. My first thing is I'm going to step up to Mitch
This is where
McConnell.
This is where Ted Budd that would have voted against McConnell only wins by 2, and now he's like, I can't knife McConnell.
He's right.
I'm out. I lose my seat if I do that.
That's a rational decision on his part.
But see, this is the problem. This is why it has to stop. No one on either party should be leading the Senate or the House and responsible for the purse on who gets money for their election. It is too much power. There is no check on that power. It's got to stop.
But the check on the power is supposed to be the electorate. And Rick Scott was head of the senatorial committee, if I'm not mistaken, so he had a lot of say in where the money's going to go. But if the voters are happy with the status quo, it's very hard to push a politician in Washington to stick their neck out and go against it. It's just they're common sense, in my opinion.
So here's what you're learning tonight. You run Trump again, you'll win Ohio by like 20 points next time.
Yeah, right, yeah.
Okay? But great. The problem is you need to win it by like 8, and you need those other 12 points spread around Nevada, Arizona, and Colorado.
Yeah.
And if I know it's not good for business. I know it costs us all clicks. I know our audiences hate when we do this.
This is not.
We have to ask ourselves and acknowledge that this is a true fact. That is, I'm really talking to the people in the camera. I know.
No, I know, but I mean,
this is a true fact we have to come to grips with. That tonight, with existential calamity, when Donald Trump left office.
Are you really going to continue?
Yes, because this is an important point. You are paying right now, your neighbors who voted for this filth are paying 485% more inflation than they did when Donald Trump left office. 485%. We all laughed at the white women that Allie's trying to reach who, because of mean tweets, voted for Sodom and Gomorrah. That was before they were paying 485% more inflation, and now they are. And they still turned around and said, give me Josh Shapiro by double digits in Pennsylvania. Kathy Hochul said on television, you're damn right I put the code red on the unvaccinated first responders, and I'd do it again if I could. And she got a resounding win for these things. We have to come to grips with the fact that there is a certain branding limitation that we're dealing with here. And now, that doesn't mean that he can't win a general or things like that.
I mean, from the guy who has been talking all night about God, the problem is not going to be solved with a politician.
That I agree.
It's not.
I agree.
So if you want to find a reason why we're in this situation is because we have become an immoral people. And the moral people are not standing up.
I agree.
And they're not doing their job. So the way to win is stop looking for a savior at the ballot box and start looking for the savior. That's the way to win.
I agree.
Let me go now to Stu. You have an update.
I'm a little uncomfortable. You said you were looking for a savior and you came to me. But I will embrace.
I'm looking for you.
So I want to remind people that we're getting close to the end of the BlazeTV coverage here. We're only about 13 minutes away from the end. Right after this, we're going to keep it going on the Stu Does America YouTube channel. Go over there, follow the page, and do all that stuff. And we're going to keep going for as long as I can stand tonight. Maybe we'll get some of these fine people over here to join us in our coverage as we go on. You guys want to stay, right? So we're at, right now, a couple interesting things that are happening, Glenn. I've been really looking at this Arizona race, which we're just looking at the projections at this point, where it has Blake Masters losing by 2.7, according to the New York Times projections. Again, inside that 4-point window that could potentially put Kari Lake over the finish line there. We still have not seen, we should point this out, we still haven't really not seen any upsets. We haven't seen anything out of the line of what we were really looking for here. It's just that things are trending in a way that makes, I think, everybody on the Republican side feel pretty uncomfortable. Even in the House, the margins in the House look to be smaller than I thought they would be, that I think most people on the right thought they would be. Looks like 217 favored for Republicans would give them control if they can get a couple of these toss-ups here, with 14 toss-ups, 204 for Republicans. But I mean, it's just a slight, that would be almost a reverse of what we have now, which is, I think, 220 to 212. So it's really, really razor's edge there, which is not what we were hoping for. You mentioned a couple of those races in South Texas, Glenn. And so there's three races that were kind of they were kind of grouping themselves together. We talked to, I think, 2 of the 3. Mayra Flores is now down by 9 points with 89% of the vote in. The race has not been called, but that's where that one stands. Cassie Garcia is down by 12 with 74% of the vote in. Monica de la Cruz is winning by 10 with 82% of the vote in. So it may be a 1-for-3 situation. And you know, the Mayra Flores situation, if you remember, she's a current congresswoman. She won a special election, but in between that election and this one, they redrew the district, and that hurt her, made it more difficult for her to win. And it does not look like she's going to win that, though no one's called the race that I've seen yet. So you know, who knows where the rest of this vote's coming from? We will see here in the next couple of hours as we continue on YouTube at Stu Does America.
Okay, let me go to Sarah. Sarah, welcome.
Hello.
Oh my gosh, not again. No, I can't take it.
Hello. Hello, Glenn. The leftist meltdowns have continued as more Republican victories have rolled in. John Lalarola tweeted, "It's a big night for GOP governors who spent 2020 sacrificing thousands of their constituents on the altar of their political ambitions." Tom Nichols tweeted, "I just had a conversation in a hotel bar with a voter who did not vote, and now I am convinced that maybe democracy was a mistake. I cannot even begin to describe to you what it was all about, but it was like talking to someone from outer space." Rex Chapman, I love Rex Chapman, he tweeted, "Such a sad commentary on our electorate and what they stand for and the kind of people they are. And people in the 70s and 80s and 90s wouldn't vote for or claim candidates who believe the same things as David Duke and Trump." Oh, Trump. Trump made it fashionable.
I can't take it. I'm about to beat myself to death with a hammer. Thank you, Nancy.
Thank you.
I appreciate it. Okay. Let me go to Alex Stein, who is now outside of the Democrats, I believe, there in Dallas. It looks pretty quiet there.
Well, Glenn, it is absolutely devastating for the crowd here. They're sad. It's empty. We already got kicked out. I came here in disguise thinking that I would fit in with the other furries and other trans species. But actually, I was noticed very quickly and escorted out. But we are here. And I think this is actually a good sign, though, just the sadness in their eyes, Glenn. It's kind of a warm feeling inside.
So are there people actually inside?
Not really. No, everybody's left, and the security just made us leave. I mean, if we pan over here, I don't know if you see, some people were walking out, but it's basically, I mean, it's deader than a doorknob, as they say. And, I mean, this place is empty, and the vibrational energy, Glenn, is sad. It's so low. So I just think this is a good litmus test.
Right.
For the future. I think the red wave is coming. It's working in Texas because Beto got killed, and these people are singing the blues.
All right. Thank you very much. Yeah, wait. Hang on just a second. Michael has a question
Alex,
for
the
you.
term isn't trans species, it's otherkin. So please use the correct verbiage.
Otherkin? What the heck? LGBTQIA? I don't know all these, Michael. I'm just guessing at this point, all right? I don't know what the heck my sexuality is anymore.
Dude.
It's so confusing.
Don't yell at us. You're the one in the rat suit.
That's not a suit, Glenn.
I'm trying to fit in. This is what the kids are wearing, Glenn. They're all transsexuals. They got litter boxes in the classrooms now. I'm out here trying to make some new friends.
I understand that's misinformation.
And that is. They say it is. But you know what? You know it's not disinformation? That they actually have closets that teachers let the kids change if their parents don't agree with them changing their gender. So that is not a right-wing conspiracy, Glenn.
Do not point your tail at me.
Can we get him out of the rat suit before he starts procreating and there's more Alex Stein?
Does a rat have a litter box?
I don't.
None of this
I
makes
have no,
sense.
and I don't. I mean, who gave this guy a show?
There's going to be a litter of
Me!
Stein
I gave it to myself, Glenn!
Goodbye.
I have blackmail on Tyler. That's how I got it.
Oh my gosh, goodbye. All right, I'm just going to go around the room for final thoughts. Let's start with you, Chad.
Look, we're either doomed, or we're desperately deceived.
This is not the red wave, but it's not horrible.
But you know, my question is always, are we deceived? You know, and I know because of the censorship on platforms, we're not supposed to use words like fraud and cheating and things like that. But you know, at some point in time, we've got to call these things as they are. Listen, if we're not willing,
may I ask you,
if we're not willing to be so radical is to say, you know what we need to do? Let's clean the voter rolls across the country.
Yeah.
And everybody go back and re-register. Let's see who's alive, who's legal, and get rid of these machines. Let's do it. We got more technology. We got more hands on deck than ever before. We can't get votes counted.
Well, you know what you're doing, though? You are making the case for, HB1 or SB1, where the federal government will come in and tell people what to do.
This, more than ever, we need the 10th Amendment being enacted across the country. Let's get the power out of the federal government, which is not even being run by elected representatives, but the 2.5 million unelected bureaucrats that are running Washington, D.C. Put the power back in the states. Until we do that, we're doomed.
I'm just going to say that it's always been my position that democracy is an obscenity that's contrary to liberty. And I think the biggest winners tonight are Mitch McConnell, Biden, and also the concept of national divorce. Because no one got what they wanted tonight. And when no one gets what they want, at a certain point, you're like, shake hands and we're just going to go on our way.
I don't think there's going to be shaking of hands on that.
Oh, that's fair. Okay.
I
That's
think
fair.
the special that we have planned for you on Wednesday, a week from tomorrow, is going to be more important than I thought it would be just a few hours ago.
And to your special, authoritarianism won tonight. Because this was a chance to punish people like Gretchen Whitmer, we haven't heard those results yet, for what they did during COVID. And apparently, instead of being punished, they're being rewarded.
And if we don't hold the Senate and have the Senate, you will have no investigations on the DOJ. Correct. You have no chance of reining in the IRS. Right. And this country will, if you think it's frightening looking now, give it another 2 years with no check and no balance to it.
I was mentally prepared for what happened tonight because of what happened 2 years ago. And so I wasn't nearly as confident about some red wave. We've so divorced ourselves from God that I'm not surprised that people aren't as outraged or as motivated as I may feel.
Yeah.
Because, you know, as you said, we're an immoral country, and so we're getting immoral.
You are, we have all had our moments tonight. You are a guy that has been a sports writer his whole life. You changed your whole life in the last few years. What, 4 years?
Yeah, I would say it's been a 6-7 year process. Yeah. But in the last 2 years, leaving California, moving to Nashville, big change.
Yeah.
And just...
and really re-rooting yourself in God. And I will tell you, when I was on Fox, I was so worried about what I saw coming, what I was shown coming, that the emotions were right here because it was new to me. And you're a good man, and so are you, Michael. You guys are good men, and you deeply care, and you are. I hope there are more people like you that are changing their lives right now. Because if we don't have more people that go through what you're going through right now, and it's hard. It is hard.
Yeah, I feel personally responsible in terms of just because I haven't lived up to my responsibilities, and I can see how it plays out. There's a bunch of people like me, and that's why we're in the mess we're in.
Thank you. Oh, God.
You can skip me.
No, Steve, go ahead. Final thoughts.
Good time to come out with a movie about a demonic takeover of America.
Yeah, boy, you ain't good.
Seriously, though, I think that, you know what, I stress so much biblical worldview on my show that I'm just going to do a strict political analysis this time, something a little different. The message here tonight is, when you look at this, people who had done well, people that are Republicans and had governed well, were rewarded tonight. Brian Kemp was rewarded tonight. My governor, Kim Reynolds, has been fantastic. She was rewarded tonight. We might have, for the first time ever in Iowa, total, complete Republican office holders, Congress, every statewide, from Attorney General across the board. It may be the first time I think that's ever happened. All right? And then, of course, Ron DeSantis. If you have governed well and done well, the voters resoundingly rewarded you as you're the answer to what we're against.
And it's interesting to me that those who did well in progressive states did well as progressives were also rewarded.
Right. I think what you're seeing is the people hate both of these parties, don't trust them, don't like them. So if they think you're serving them in their agenda and values well, and obviously people in New York have a lot different values than people in Iowa and Florida do, they rewarded that. I think this isn't MAGA versus this faction. I think it comes really down to the American people don't give a turd about any of that crap. Who is going to govern well? Who's going to govern well? And if you have proven that you are going to govern well, my life will be better. I'll be better off if you're in power because I'm soulless and don't have a value system. So as long as, hey, I think the economy is good and I don't care how many babies we kill, you win in the blue state.
Right.
All right. And I think that as we move forward on the right, we have got to move beyond this faction versus that faction. And I've spent my career doing a lot of that stuff. The country, it's too late in the country to have out these arguments. We need to have a very simple question. Who can govern well and make the case to take a chance on them that they will govern well? And then who has governed well and elevate them from the farm team to the major league team? That's what people are looking for. They don't care about labels because there's millions of incongruencies in this. No one really can walk away from this saying, hey, it was a good night for us. No one can. Yeah. And I think it comes down to if the people thought you governed well, they rewarded you. If they didn't, they didn't. That's it.
Allie.
Yeah, there are a lot of lessons I think we can draw from not getting the red wave that we wanted. I'm glad that, we're taking the House. That means Joe Biden can do less. And obviously that's a positive thing. That's not as positive as what we wanted, but it is a positive thing. It is better than the alternative. I think that we look to the state of Florida again to see what people want, what Ron DeSantis has been able to do in the state of Florida, winning by 50,000 votes a few years ago. Against a hardcore progressive who would have been a disaster for the entire country, to now winning by over 1 million votes. That is incredible. And so if you want a leader, if you want an example to follow, do what he did. And so I think that's a positive. If anything, I think that people should be looking to Ron DeSantis and thinking, why didn't we win as much as we wanted to? And look to him and say, okay, we can actually do that. To y'all's point, I am much more hopeful about what we can do in the future in the states than what we will ever do federally.
There are a couple of things that really jump out to me from tonight. One of the things is I think many of the conversations we're having are definitional conversations. And I think on that same level, Americans need to ask ourselves, what is a government for? What is the purpose of government at its core? And I would say at least 3 things: protect rights, preserve resources, and promote righteousness. That last one makes a lot of people squeamish, but we see what happens when you invert moral order and you have magistrates that reward evil and punish good. And you see that in big cities, and you see that all across the country. So I think one aspect is definitional. And then for me, as I look forward, Allie mentioned, Florida, Georgia. Funny enough, President Trump really, he raked Brian Kemp over the coals for quote unquote opening up too soon. Mm-hmm. And I do think one of his biggest vulnerabilities, if he runs in 2024, is having to separate himself in any way, shape, or form from the jab, because it'll force him to do something that he's not used to doing, which is to not take credit for something that he's actually done. But when you see those 2 governor's races, I think speak to what conservative governors should be shooting for in their states. Bold, courageous leadership, particularly in Florida, governing well, right? And fighting for families. I think the Republican Party has an opportunity to be the family party, the party that respects parental rights, because it respects the natural, social, and moral order It realizes that government is not the highest authority, right? That there's a God that sits above government, and that there are different spheres of sovereignty. You have a state, you have religious institutions, and you have a family. And we need to get back to order, because I think much of what we see in our country is caused because we're at a place of disorder and chaos. So, and then the last thing, honestly, the last 2 years should make every person a small government, whether you call yourself you vote Democrat or Republican. I do not want these people having, particularly the ones in Washington, having more control over my life. So I don't ask myself, what can an elected official do to fix my life? I ask myself, who is least likely to mess up the good thing that I have going on right now? And that would be my final thought.
I'm going to let Stu speak, because he's going to take over the coverage here in a minute, and he'll give you his final thoughts.
Well,
but
oh, sorry.
No, go ahead.
I'll go quickly here, Glenn. Just remind people to go over to the YouTube page, youtube.com/StuDoesAmerica. We're going to continue coverage for as long as we can stand. And I will give you perhaps the most shocking result of the entire evening.
Oh, no, you can't.
Are you ready for it?
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm ready for it right now.
None of you are going to believe what I'm about to say.
Okay, go ahead.
Stacey Abrams has conceded the race for the
She lost the election?
Goodness. Did she concede
really
the last one too?
She did concede?
No, that one she still won.
Oh,
this
okay.
one, though, she has conceded. So
Wow.
I'm stunned.
The incumbent lost. I can't believe it.
Thank you so much, Stu.
Thanks, Glenn.
I want to leave you with my final thought. We are a nation that has traditionally been thought of as the greatest nation ever to be on earth. And it is not because of our government. It has always been because of our people. Nobody in government made us the most charitable people to ever be on earth. Nobody forced us to invent things that took us from fire to the moon in 200 years. It was the individual. We as individuals have farmed out our responsibility for far too long. And as you were saying earlier, you feel guilty. I think that's a good thing. And you're not alone. I think we all should take our responsibility, and that's one thing this nation used to believe in, personal responsibility. We don't take personal responsibility. It's too easy to blame the other guy without looking at our own participation or lack of, our chance. How many of us have thought, how bad, this political correctness has become to cancel culture. But how many of us participated in it early on because we said, it doesn't matter. Now, we might have done that for a good reason or because we just didn't want to pick a fight. But we've lost the ability to communicate to each other. We've lost the ability to listen to one another. We've lost the ability to walk away as friends. This was a hard night of broadcast. I got to tell you, I almost got up a couple of times and just went, see ya. Because there was contention. However, contention itself isn't bad. If it's contention for contention's sake, that's bad. And too many times that's what happens in our country. We argue, and the only thing on anybody's mind is, I want to be right. I want to win. And it becomes about winning and not truth. You're seeing now what's happening in our country, where you're electing people in Pennsylvania that cannot govern, cannot physically do the job. You've done that now in Washington with the president. At the same time, we're electing people in Arizona who refuse to debate because they've demonized the other side. So much so you're not worth talking to. And apparently there's enough people in Arizona that think that that's the right and righteous thing to do. It is not. We have to ask ourselves, along with who can govern, the first question we need to ask is, who are we? Who are we? Who am I as an individual? What do I and my family actually believe in and are willing to stand? Because this is the moment. This happens every once in a great while all over the world. A very powerful nation begins to fail, and it's never been turned around. I believe we can. But I know there's only one way, and that one way is to be honest with ourselves. We are all part of the problem. I may not be pushing for drag queens, I may be standing against it, but what are the things that I have or haven't done that has contributed to this? Because it didn't get this way because half of the people. It got this way because we're all some way or another, we dropped the ball on our part. You are the one that educates your child. We have farmed that out for far too long. And now at the end, we see the problem. But we're blaming it, rightfully so, right now, on the obvious villain. But we wouldn't have been in this place to begin with if we all would have, and I put myself in this too. I'm not preaching to you. I'm saying these things because I know I have to look at these things, and I know I have looked at these things. I get so busy with work and everything else, and you know, the school has it. I should have been at home tonight with my son, helping him with his homework. We are on the verge of humanity itself changing, not just our country, but humanity itself. We all must educate ourselves on the things that are right around the corner. A global government that could have complete control of you because they will control your health care, they will control your money, they will control, in the end, what you think. It's called transhumanism. We are so busy yelling about Donald Trump and this and that, and it's her fault, it's his fault, that we are missing conversations that if we don't have now, humanity itself will be at stake. I ask you tonight to dedicate yourself to not joining a team. Not joining a team. Not breaking ourselves apart because you don't agree with me 100%, and I know I'm right. And therefore, you must be wrong. Martin Luther King talked about reconciliation. The idea that we don't leave losers behind. Now, I don't know how that all works when somebody just does not believe in my right to speak, my right to think, my right to worship God the way I see. I don't know how to do it. I don't think you can do it. But we have to get to a point to where our team is the truth. And that's hard to find. Who is telling you the truth that you believe? Is there anyone, any institution that you truly believe in? That's a problem. And we better find out who we can believe in. And there is only one that has never lied to me and is always there to tell me the hard things. You're screwing it up, dude. You're messing up. And I know it's true. And when I really know it's true is when I avoid talking to him or talking to anybody else that I know would agree with him, because I want to do what I want to do. We are in a battle not against Republicans and Democrats. We are in a battle against evil, unlike, I think, anything the world has seen since World War II. And both sides right now are calling each other Nazis. We can't all be Nazis and arguing. We can't. There is only one way, truly, to not become one of those things, because we are repeating exactly the same steps we talked earlier today about how religion had discredited itself early on, 20 years ago. It's a God thing. We've got to go wipe this out. Well, that's exactly what Germany did, and the churches in Germany in World War I. We are fighting evil. And to fight evil, it's not enough just to be good. You can't stop evil by saying, I'm just going to stop evil. The darkness will not understand the light. The simple will confuse the wise. Has that ever been more true than it is right now? Everybody I work with, I really love and appreciate. Not that we, as you have seen tonight, not that we agree on everything, but I know all the people that I work with are good people. Our only real thing that we ever judge here at the Blaze when we're hiring somebody is, do you love the country? Do you believe in individual freedom that this country supposedly has always stood for? Will you fight for the freedom of the individual to be free? If your answer is yes, then I'm on your side. And I may not agree with how we're going to get there. But because I believe in the individual over the collective, I don't need to stomp on everybody's face or on their toes until they comply with me. That's not freedom. And that's not a network I care to be associated with. What do we take away from tonight? One, it wasn't a bad night. I don't know why everybody's all so bummed out. It wasn't a bad night, and it's not over yet. Two, we'll never fix our country if we're looking to hire somebody to do what we're asking them to do. They will never do it until we're doing it. They will always follow us. The minute we look for a leader to lead, we're doomed. We must lead, and they will follow. But time is running out on that. Because the third thing that we should learn from tonight is that half the country, and both sides will say this, half the country is lost. I would tell you that the vast majority of this country is lost because we're not even following the basic principles of love thy neighbor, love your enemy. We're all about destroying. Destruction and chaos does not come from God. Love does not come after you're hating somebody. I want to thank you for watching. I want to thank you for letting us be raw. I want to thank you for loving our country as much as all of us do. We are grateful that you are with us. You give us strength. You really do. Thank you. Stu will continue here in a minute, and we'll be back here tomorrow morning trying to make sense of everything. God bless you. Good night, America.